Ja, meine Damen und Herren, da können Sie jetzt ruhig mal einen Applaus geben. Spend a warm applause for the technical officials. And then we say very welcome to you to the 31st International German Championships. Meine Damen und Herren, zum 31. Mal internationale deutsche Meisterschaften im Schwimmen für Behinderte. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass ihr alle da seid. Und ich möchte euch zuerst vorstellen, wir sind sehr stolz darauf, dass als Technical Delegate von der World Para Swimming Association by us Technical Delegate today, David Metcalf. Und die Referees des heutigen Tages sind the referees for today, Ingmar Hahn, Andreas Reif and Ulf Reimer Stoll. These are the referees. And ladies and gentlemen, the starter women, Frank Stevens. Und der Starter-Man, Manfred Keil. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our technical officials. Das. Einer links, einer rechts. Willst du dahin gehen von Martin? So ladies and gentlemen, you know this song. It's swimming time in Berlin and we say, welcome to Berlin. Meine Damen und Herren, dieses Lied, Sie kennen es, genau wie die Luftballons da oben. Es ist wieder soweit. Deutsche Meisterschaften schwimmen hier in Berlin und wir freuen uns alle ganz, ganz herzlich, dass Sie hier sind. Vielen Dank fürs Kommen. And on my side is Klaas Brose. Klaas, your team has arranged all, I think, in the last weeks. That's right?
That's right. We are preparing it for 1 week and so it's all made up for you guys, and today and the next days it will be like a great swimming meet, and we are happy to see you all here in Berlin in this fast pool.
Und Klaas, wenn wir nochmal drauf schauen, dieser Pool, du hast es eben schon gesagt, ist sehr schnell. Freust du dich schon jetzt? Einige Weltrekorde wird es wieder geben, oder?
Wenn ich dir sage, dass wir knapp 40 Goldmedaillen aus Rio hier haben und die sind alle heiß, gute Leistungen zu bringen, auch im Blick auf die WM in Mexiko. Ja, wir werden gute Zeiten sehen.
So, after this event we are going to Mexico. And on my side, last year it was Steve, this year it's Jonathan. This man you can see only now, ladies and gentlemen. That is our voice. I can say upstairs, it's not right, Jonathan, yes?
Yeah, it's sort of poolside in a little glass box over there on the pool. Good morning, Kristen, and good morning, everyone, as well here in Berlin and on the live stream as well. Definitely looking forward to this one. One thing Steve said is that this is one of the fastest pools in the world. It's absolutely renowned. And on the first day last year, we saw 9 world records. Hopefully, we go off to that sort of start this year. Of course, the extra bonus as well of qualification for those World Championships in Mexico.
Also, der Jonathan, der wird euch den Livestream übertragen, in englischer Sprache natürlich. Er sitzt hinter uns in einem Glashaus, also er wird es noch wärmer haben als Sie, meine Damen und Herren. Und er hofft natürlich, dass 9 Weltrekorde im letzten Jahr am ersten Tag geschwommen worden sind, dass das vielleicht ja, wieder zu schaffen ist. And how many liters you are drinking on one day in the castle, you know?
It could be double figures, I have to say, Kristen. It's very warm here, and when you're from the north of England, you're not used to this sort of temperatures. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to the swimming, maybe not the temperature.
But you are good prepared.
Definitely.
Also, Jonathan ist bereit, um da einzusteigen. Und ich darf Ihnen noch mal vorstellen, meine Damen und Herren, es wird Sie hier als Sprecher, Speaker of the Hall, wir heißen ihn herzlich willkommen hier, Steffen Weber.
Einen wunderschönen guten Morgen auch von mir und gerade eben zu Ihnen und zu euch gesprochen, Christian Holzmacher.
Und dann haben wir natürlich noch einen Musiker da. Er legt auch Musik auf, wenn ihr einen speziellen Wunsch habt. If you have a special music wish, you can go to Christian, it's another Christian, by our announcement desk, and you can say you would like to have a special song or so, and if you find it, we can play it. So, we start class, I think, with a good tournament, that's right?
That's right. We start with a good tournament, and yeah, it's already yet, so we can go, huh?
And Stefan, we are going, and you have the words. We have the first starting, I think 200 meter what?
200 Meter Freestyle. We start with the 200 Meter Freestyle Men. Wir beginnen mit den 200 Meter Freistil der Männer und da rufe ich auf zu Lauf Nummer 1. On lane 1 from representing Kazakhstan, Dimitri Lee. On lane 2 from Lithuanian Blind Sports Federation, Edgaras Matakas. On lane 3 representing Slovenia, Nina Batagelj. On lane 4 representing Slovakia, Adam Risisiar. On lane 5 representing Greece, Dimitrios Karipidis. On lane 6 representing MBTC BV, Elcio Junior. On lane 7 representing Turkish Blind Sports Federation, Mustafa Aslan. And on lane 8 representing Kazakhstan, Kabakov Baurizian.
Lena Völkel. Lena Völkel samt Trainerin bitte zum Sprechertisch. Lena Völkel.
Und wir kommen zur Vorstellung von Lauf Nummer 2, Heat Number 2. In Lane 0 representing Spain, Ismail Kandogan. Lane 1 representing Hungary, Gergo Bogna. Lane 2 representing Greece, Aristidis Makrodimitris. In Lane 3 representing Chile, Alberto Abarza. In Lane 4 representing Egypt, Zeidal Nail. In Lane 5 representing Chinese Taipei, Chi Yu Shen. In Line 6 representing Egypt, Ala Mersa. Auf Bahn 7 vom Schwimmverein Erlangen, Josia Topf. In Lane 8 representing Israel, Iyad Shalabi. And in Lane 9 representing Israel, Isaac Mamist Valov.
So, meine Damen und Herren, und einen großen Applaus. Er ist jetzt auch im Ziel angekommen aus Slowenien, Nino Batagelli. Und ganz dringend Lena Völkel. Lena Völkel, bitte zum Sprechertisch. Lena Völkel. Ja, und meine Damen und Herren, auf der Bahn Nummer 9. Der Mann ist uns allen bestens bekannt aus Israel, Isaac Mames Wallow. Er ist Weltrekordhalter über diese Strecke. In Sheffield ist er diesen Weltrekord 2012 geschwommen, 4:37,79. Also sind wir mal sehr gespannt, was er hier an Punkten sammeln kann bei der IDM. Ja, und Berlin, Sie können hier unsere Schwimmer ruhig noch ein bisschen mehr anfeuern. Please spend a big applause for the swimmers, ladies and gentlemen. Help them. So we are always proud that Berlin Spectaculars give a big support for all our swimmers. Berlin ist dafür bekannt, dass es allen Schwimmern hier immer sehr hilft. Vielen Dank da oben auf der Tribüne. Weltrekordzeiten, die ich hier so sehe, die werden wir nicht mehr schaffen. Aber es muss ja nicht immer ein Weltrekord sein, es sind trotzdem klasse Leistungen hier auf der Bahn 9 zum Beispiel. Isaac Mames Wallow, 4:57 ist sein Weltrekord und so weit weg ist er von diesem Weltrekord nicht. Also auch das wieder eine Riesenleistung vom israelischen Schwimmer hier. Man kann halt nicht jeden Tag Weltrekord schwimmen, ist auch schon ein bisschen alt von 2012. Jetzt ist er im Ziel, Zeit 15, immer noch eine bärenstarke Zeit.
Und wir rufen auf den Lauf Nummer 3, Heat Number 3. On Lane 0, representing PUC PR, Eric Tobera. On Lane 1, representing ASPI AB, Padova Onlus, Matthias Scandaloro. On Lane 2, representing Adada, João Miguel Campos. On Lane 3, representing Fiamme Oro, Vincenzo Boni. Auf der Bahn 4 vom PSV Stralsund, Sebastian Bretz. On Lane 5, representing ISPEAB, Padova Onlus, Luigi Beggiato. On Lane 6, representing Croatia, Tomi Brasia. On Lane 7, representing FEDDF, Miguel Angel Martinez Tajuelo. On Lane 8, representing Start Bialystok, Jakub Kozlowski. And on Lane 9, representing Greece, Ioannis Kostakis.
Und da, meine Damen und Herren, noch einmal die dringende Bitte. Entfernen Sie Ihre Fahrzeuge dringendst vor dem Velodrom. And we have the final call for all the car drivers. All the car drivers, if you have parked your car in the zone of Velodrom, then your car is flying away just in I think in 5 minutes, so they told me. So if you have parked your car by the Velodrome, please go to your car and park it on another place. Thanks a lot.
be represented here in Germany, which is fantastic to see. So they've got athletes from every corner of the globe represented here.
Matze vom Security.
The Europa Sports Park here in Berlin.
Bitte mal zum Sprechertisch. Matze vom Security, bitte.
You can see Tabera in 0, Scandalaro in 1, Campos in 2, Boni in lane 3, Bratz in 4, Beggiato in 5, Bratzer in 6, Martinez Shazulo in 7, Kolowski in 8, and in 9 is Kostakis. And if you're a particularly eagle-eyed viewer, you will notice that there is, in fact, now lane 5 here, Luigi Beggiato, absent from this heat. But nonetheless, Sebastian Bratz certainly here in the pool representing his home nation, Germany, in this one. Youngest swimmer that we have seen so far this morning. And one of the fastest as well. He's qualified for this event with a time of 3:25.09. Able-bodied swimmer as well. He's just getting a feel for the international stage at the tender age of just 11 years old. And you will see few able-bodied athletes taking part in the event in the next few days as the competition progresses. And of course, no points required for them, just a quicker time as possible. You expect Sebastian Bratz would be a name to look out for in the future of German swimming. In terms of the para swimmers, you can see on the near side of your screen there, lane 1. There's Mattia Scandalaro. 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the dot was his entry time for this event. In the S7 category. In the S7 world record for this event being boasted by Jonathan Fox. Now it was recorded in 2012, and coincidentally took place in this exact pool here in Berlin. We did say before the event this morning got underway that this is a quick pool, certainly one of the fastest in the continent, one of the fastest in the world as well. And 9 world records broken on the first day last year. We'll be hoping for much more of the same as the morning progresses this time around as well. Sebastian Bratz then coming home, of course difficult for him in a way, as he is racing against himself with no competitors around him, but still pushing himself on to record a quicker time as possible. Points for him really irrelevant. 173 his points, but being an able-bodied athlete, the world record he was pursuing there was way out of his reach, especially at the age of just 11 years old. It would have been quite impressive if he got somewhere close to that. Decent points tally being recorded there in lane 6 by Tommy Brasha of Croatia. 388 his points total, faster than the other 3 athletes that have touched in, and then quickly 2 have beaten him to the top of the tree. Good stuff that in lane 7 by Miguel Angel Martinez Shazulo, 687. That was 20 points ahead of Ioannis Kostakis of Greece, who gets 667 points. Third spot there, in fact being occupied now by the Greek swimmer, as at the top of the tree, the fastest points tally. We will now see on the confirmed times. Posted by Matthias Candelaro. So 3:33.53 the time there. Quickest points tally as well on 700. And 48 there, Vincenzo Boni. Swiftly moving on to heat number 4 now. In lane 0 for this one is Julian Nas. In lane 1 is Jan Povisel. Lane 2 is Hutster Ingvarsson. Lane 3 is Wolfgang Unger. 4 is Connor Giafreda. Lane 5 is Niels Hutschruder. Lane 6 is Jan Jurecki. Matteo Brusca is in lane 7. Lane 8 is Betula Rugla. And in 9 is Tanel Tahavili. 2 able-bodied swimmers in this event again. In lane 0, Julian Nas. And in lane 3 is Wolfgang Unger. Both German. And will both directly be competing against each other. Rest of the pool, all para-athletes spanning to S5 up to S10 as we await the start here of heat 4. On your screen there, down the heart of the pool, there's Connor Giafreda. In lane 4 from the United States of America. A 6 swimmer at the age of 18. Qualified for this event with a time of 3:05.11. And being an S6 swimmer, the world record he's chasing is Anders Olsen of Sweden, which was set in 2007, again in Berlin. Certainly no coincidence at all that some of the fastest times that the world has ever seen have been set in this pool. And that world record time was 2:20.19. Wolfgang Unger alongside him as well. Able-bodied swimmer, as I said, as is Julian Nas as well in lane 0. Just off screen on the near side. In lane 1, Jan Potteville is an S4 swimmer. Hodke Ingvarsson. In lane 2 is an S6 swimmer. Lanes 5, 6 and 9 occupied by S10 swimmers in the form of Niels Hutschrauder, Jan Jurecki and Tanel Tahavali respectively. Lane 7, Matteo Brusca is an S6 swimmer. And in lane 8, S5 swimmer is Betula Aroglu. So the big question here in this 4th heat is how close can Connor Giafreda get to that world record, the S6 world record in the men's 200 metre freestyle, which is 2 minutes 20.19. Of course, in the early stages of these heats. It would be absolutely astounding if we managed to get some world records, although I won't put it past some of these athletes. However, it's all about amassing the points tally as possible, perhaps beating a previous points tally achieved in earlier World Series events, and seeing how well you get on. So touching in with the fastest points tally there, no surprise, Conor Giuffreda doing very well in lane 4, the S6 swimmer. 5.46 is points tally, reasonably close as well. Currently in second is in lane 6, Jan Juricki of Poland, 2.76 his points tally. He's still in second spot, and right on cue he's pipped to it there by the Italian. In lane 7, Matteo Brusca, and they're now surpassing him. Is Turkey's Betula Eroglu. So we wait for the confirmed times on the screen there and the points as well, because some of those swimmers coming in late really spoiled the party there for some of the athletes, such as Conor Giuffreda at the top of the points tallies there. Jan Posivil in the end is the one that takes the greatest points, 7.72 for him, edging out Conor Giuffreda, who has to settle for the second best in that heat. So we're ready now for heat number 5. We're almost at the halfway point, 11 heats in this first event of the morning session here in Berlin. Michael Schumacher is in lane 0. In 1 is Aminio Filo, S8 swimmer. In 2, S6 swimmer is Antonio Fantin. In lane 3, S7 swimmer Patrick Flanagan. In lane 4, S9 swimmer Jan-Nick Arnold. Lane 5, S9 swimmer is Marino Ingi Adolfin. In 6, also in the S9 category, is Matthias Venner. In 7, S5 swimmer is Jonas Larsson. In 8 is the S11 athlete Gudfinna Karlsson, and completing the pool, Darko Duric, S4 swimmer. Watch out for him this weekend. He is from Slovenia. Off and underway then in Heat 5. And I did say keep your eye on Darko Duric in lane 9. He's the one on the far side of the pool. He just missed out agonisingly in Rio on a podium finish in this event back in 2016. Just pipped to it by China's Zipeng Jin by less than 2 seconds, and he'll be looking to put himself in good stead ahead of the World Championships coming up in Mexico City in September. Of course, some athletes that you will see over the course of the next 4 days or so have already qualified for those World Championships due to previous impressive performances, ranking them high up on the leaderboard. However, there are a lot of swimmers still contesting for one of those places in Mexico. There are expected to be 550 athletes competing at those World Championships. There are over 600 here in Berlin for the next 4 days or so. And some of those athletes that will be seen later on in the year in Mexico aren't necessarily here, so it's certainly going to be very competitive stuff over the course of the next 4 days or so, and it will definitely make for some gripping viewing here on the live stream. Wherever you're watching around the world, make sure you stay tuned for the duration of these championships, because you certainly will not want to miss it.
Wir kommen zu Lauf Nummer 6, Heat Number 6. Auf der Bahn 0 vom
So Jan-Nick Arnold, the S9 swimmer. 250.83 was his qualification time. He looks as if he's going to beat that and then some here. It's all about those points, however. He's chasing a world record of 159.02 set by Rowan Crothers of Australia. And 384 is the first points total we see there in this fifth heat. Quickly surpassed though by Patrick Flanagan, the Irishman. 496, just short of 500 points for him. Will that be beaten? And the answer is duly supplied there by Jonas Larsson in lane 7. 557 his points tally, but look at that from Michael Schoenmaker, Netherlands swimmer, 842. Showing exactly why he got a silver medal in Rio. And he will take this heat in second spot. Also a start of Rio, Darko Đurić of Slovenia. Those two not getting the fastest times, but in terms of points, they lead the way at the conclusion of Heat 5. Jonas Larsson pushed into third spot, but Michael Schoenmaker taking spot number 1. Heat 6 up next, and again a wide variety of nations and of classifications being represented here in the pool. In lane 0 will be Maurice Bellegarde, S14 swimmer. In 1, Carlo Nivic in the S8 category. Lauren Wolfer in lane 2, S9 athlete. In lanes 3 and 4, both in the S8 classification, Florent Bardin. And there is Jan Mukidan. In 5 is Jakub Kovacic, S14 swimmer. In 6, S5 swimmer Andrew Mullen. In lane 7, S9 swimmer Alexander Bartz. Johannes Weinberg, S11 swimmer, occupies lane 8. And completing the pool. Last but by no means least, in lane 9, S6 swimmer Ahmed Ali. So the athlete with the smallest classification, if you like, in terms of S5 is Andrew Mullen of Great Britain in lane 6. Bronze medalist in this event in Rio less than a year ago, which is no mean feat, because Daniel Diaz was in the pool, as was Roy Perkins as well of the USA. We'll be looking to push on from that form in South America and use it when he returns to that part of the world again in Mexico in the World Championships. 2:40.65 was his time in that final for Andrew Mullen. The world record he's chasing is set by Daniel Diaz, 2:26.51. Let's see how close he can get to that and how many points that will result in. You see there spearheading the pool currently in lane 4, Nirajan Mukundun. He's in lane 4 from India, in fact leading the way in lane 5, in fact. Jakub Kovacic, S14 swimmer from Poland. That world record being 1:56.27. Set by Vyacheslav Malinstev of Russia in Glasgow back in the World Championships of 2015. Also going along nicely as well at the moment in lane 2 is Lauren Voltler, S9 swimmer.
On lane 1, representing France, Enzo Verpio. In lane 2, representing Ademi Tenerife.
As they coming towards home now, the quickest time, no doubt about this, will be boasted by Jakub Kovacic. All about those points, and we will await for the confirmed points scores there. It's 3.92 for Kovacic. Currently leading the way with the points though. 5.76 is the French swimmer. Lane 3, Florent Bardin. He is beaten though by Andrew Mullen. 6.41 for the British athlete and the bronze medalist from Rio there, with a decent start for him in these championships here in Berlin. Confirmed times up on the screen for you there. Lauren Voltler with the quickest time, however, once put into the calculator, the points are as follows. Andrew Mullen at the top, Florent Bardin in second, and Ahmed Ali of Egypt completing the fastest trio. Well, if you're watching this live stream and are of a German persuasion, then you're certainly in for a treat in this next heat. Half the swimmers swimming in the home pool: Muller, Reicher, Karas, Cords and Von, as you can see on the screen there, in lane 0, 3, 5, 6 and 7 respectively. You may see as well at the ends there on the right of your screen the big purple balloons. If you watched this event last year here at the International Deutsche Meisterschaften event, then you will have seen big white balloons. They've changed this year, the purple now, and you're probably wondering what it says on it. It's 4 love hearts with the pointy bit at the end, all pointing in towards the centre, sort of make a square. And underneath it says laughing hearts. So some nice phrasing there on the balloon. Certainly makes for positive reading. And over the course of the next 4 days, you will see a lot of those purple balloons. Let's hope no one pops them, because I'm sure, judging by the size of them, they will make one almighty bang. Still expecting lots of explosive performances in the pool, of course, over the next few days of competition. And the finals will be tonight, starting at 5 o'clock, which is 4 o'clock British summer time, 5 o'clock local time here in Berlin, where we will see quite a few finals. There'll be, for each event, the A final, which consists of the top 10 swimmers from the heats this morning. Then we have the B final as well, which is the next 10 best swimmers. And the C final to boot, which is swimmers in 21st to 30th from the heats. And there will be some events as well, where we'll have a German champion, a youth champion, and a German youth champion, and also, of course, the best international youth as well. So certainly lots of medals to be dished out, judging by performances in the pool. Lots on offer here, but of course the big prize is Mexico City in September. 638 there, the winning points score. That's in lane 2 by Jose Faustino Alfonso Dominguez. And we'll just await the confirmed times up on the screen to see how those times and points tallied contrast to each other.
Auf der Bahn 8 von der SG Bayer Tobias Pollack und auf der Bahn 9 representing Fiam Oro Francesco Bocciardo.
234.78 the time there for Dominguez. The Spanish swimmer sees his points tally equate to 638 ahead of Enzo Verpoort on 605. Shamil Shahov a bit further behind, touching with the third highest points for 6.9. Time now for heat number 8 of 11. Still quite a few German participants in this one as well. In lane 0, S14 swimmer is Pascal Wensch. Lanes 1, 2 and 3, all in the S10 category. Marcin Maka, Justin Caps and Ignacio Arribas Santalla. In lane 4, S9 swimmer is Ariel Enrique Schrenk Martinez. In 5 is able-bodied swimmer Yannick Pelican. In lane 6, S18 athlete is Joshua Grob. Lane 7, S9 swimmer is Matthew Torres. In 8, S7 athlete is Tobias Pollap. And last but by no means least, once again, S6 swimmer, it's Francesco Bocciardo. Halfway point there, almost being simultaneously reached by Ariel Enrique Schrenk Martinez in lane 4. The S9 athlete. In lane 5, Yannick Pelican with him very closely indeed. Also bunching up behind them.
Representing Japan Para Tomita. On lane 3, representing Wales,
lanes 2 and 3.
On lane 4,
Justin Caps in the black cap there. And in the blue cap to his left-hand side, you can see Ignacio Arribas Santillana.
On lane 6, representing Team Italia, FIS.
Still Schrenk Martinez, though, leading proceedings here in heat number 8. A reminder, 3 heats to come after this before we cross over to the women's version of this discipline, the 200-meter freestyle. As I touched on earlier, a fantastic event to begin things with. You can really see the variety of strokes required due to the various classifications that we have witnessed over the course of the morning so far. And it's what multi-class events are all about. We've seen many swimmers as well who may not have touched him first, but they definitely, with another example here this time around on the far side, is Francesco Bocciardo. Not the fastest times, but definitely looking sharp in conjunction with those respective world records. That's what these athletes are chasing, the world record in each classification. No see, Francesco Bacciardo taking it 51 points ahead of Tobias Pullop. And we will move on now to Heat 9. In lane 0 is S10 swimmer from France, Nicolas Lehir. In lane 1 from Italy is Yuri Girello Prezi, S9 swimmer. In lane 2 from Japan is Ucho Tomita, who's an S11 athlete. 2 British athletes in lanes 3 and 4, Jonathan Eke, S10 athlete, and in lane 4, Alex Rosser, S14 athlete. They are from the Welsh section of the United Kingdom. They'll know each other very well indeed. In lane 5 is Patrick Kalinski from Poland. He's in the S10 category. In S14 is Kevin Casali of Italy. In lane 7, the joint youngest swimmer in this heat is Poland's Adrian Jastrzewski. In lane 8, S9 swimmer is Bence Mascari. And in lane 9, S14 swimmer is Vladimir Halvak. And just a word as well on these multi-class events. When the selections take place for these heats, it is still a case of the 4th lane being taken by the fastest time rather than the fastest points. Of course, in a Paralympic event where the swimmers are all swimming in their own category, not against swimmers from other categories in a multi-class event like this here in Berlin, and it will be a case of the 4th spot being occupied by the highest points. But for the purpose of multi-class swimming, it is the swimmer with the fastest entry time rather than points that starts in the faster lanes of lanes 3, 4 and 5, which is evident here. In lane 4, on the near side of the 2 swimmers there with the white caps, is Alex Rosser, and up alongside him in lane 5 is Patrick Kalinski, both in different categories, with Alex Rosser in the S14 and Patrick Kalinski in the S10. That would make you believe that Patrick Kalinski would get the higher points total. He does on 6.99 as well, but in fact the quickest being boasted by Jonathan Eke.
Representing the Equipo AXA Promesas Jacobo Garrido Brun. On lane 8, representing
back to his teammate Alex Rosser, lane 4, 7.98 his points total. And Patrick Kalinski has to settle for the 2nd highest amount of points. But just touching back on that point about the fastest swimmers going in lanes 3, 4 and 5, that does mean, of course, that you are going to see a lot of swimmers on the outside lanes in the categories in the lower echelons of the classifications get the quicker time. So it really is a case of anybody in the pool, no matter where they're situated, could take podium spots when it comes to the finals later on today. Heat 10 then, this is the penultimate heat. In lane 0 is Leon Hutzel, S10 athlete. 2 S9 swimmers in lanes 2 and 3. Sorry, in lanes 1 and 2 are Christopher Arbuthnot and Jesse Reynolds, both from New Zealand. In lane 3, S14 swimmer is Great Britain's John Catchpole. In 4, from the Netherlands, S10 swimmer Bas Taken, Federico Malachi. S9 swimmer is in 5. In 6 is Robert Isaac Johnson. The S14 swimmer in the highest category, of course. Two S10 swimmers making up lane 7 and 8. Jacobo Garrido Brun and Ignat Horadovic, respectively. In lane 9 is Jacob Leach, the Great Britain S8 swimmer. And as the heats go on as well, the athletes are the ones that have got the quicker times, as I say, rather than those points. So the pool may look a bit more bunched up compared to how it was in the first few heats. But it does not mean by any stretch that they have necessarily got a spot. In particular the A finals, of course, there are 30 spots in the finals for tonight, with the A final, the B final and the C final as well.
Lane 1, representing the Polish Paralympic swimming team.
And you also have the junior final to contend with too.
In lane 3, representing Great
Lots of
Louis White.
places up for grabs.
Lane 4, representing Great
It's all about those points, though.
Thomas Hammer. In lane 5, representing Wales, Jack Thomas. In lane 6, representing the Polish Paralympic swimming team, Patryk Kowalski. In lane 7, representing Great Britain, Benjamin Fulston. And lane 8, representing the Netherlands, Sven Schutte. And last but not least, in lane 9...
Looks like we're going to see some very good points totals indeed coming towards the wall there. It's the first touch coming in lane number 4 from Bas Takken. And the quickest time in terms of points there, Jordan Catchpole in lane 3. Swims for UEA Norwich back home in the United Kingdom. And he is the one who leads the way at the end of that one. 8.22 his points tally. In lane 5, Federico Malachi touching in with a second fastest points total there. The time was 2:04.46, which equates in points to 8.06. Robert Isaac Johnson completing the fastest trio there on 776 points. Final heat now then. It's very much the all-European affair. Lots of British athletes seen here in this pool. All of them coming back after their home event in this World Series, which was 2 events ago now in Sheffield at the end of April. Since then, we've had the World Series being moved to North America and Indianapolis. And we're now back to Europe here in Berlin. And all 10 of these swimmers very close to home indeed in their own continent. Representatives from Poland, Britain, the Netherlands and France. In the final heat of the men's 200 meter freestyle on day 1 of the International Deutsche Meisterschaften. So again, different classifications as you'd expect in this pool. Lane 0 is Oliver Kalek, S10 swimmer from Poland. Also from Poland is his countryman in lane 1, Patrick Biskup, S9 swimmer. In lane 3 is Jackson Simmons, who is the first of 5 British athletes in the pool here. He's an S13 swimmer. Lane 3 is Lewis White, S9 swimmer. In 4 is Thomas Hamer, S14 athlete. Also is Jack Thomas in lane 5. In 6 from Poland is Patrick Kowalski, S10 swimmer. In 7, also from Great Britain, is Benjamin Fulston, who again is an S10 athlete. And 2 S9 swimmers completing the pool here. In lane 8 is Sven Schutte from the Netherlands, and Hugo Didier completes the final pool of this set of heats in the men's 200 meter freestyle. Leading the way down the centre, very clear to see Thomas Hamer taking things in his stride. 1:56.58 was his entry time. One of 2 swimmers to come into this event with entry times below 2 minutes. The other one being Bastaken, or the Netherlands, which we saw in the last event. And look at this. This is a fantastic performance there. Coming in, Thomas Hamer, 891 the points for him. S14 athlete was chasing a time of 156.27, and he wasn't far away at all. It's currently a British 1-2-3, which is no surprise really with the amount of British athletes taking part in this final heat. None of them, though, are going to get close to Thomas Hamer. Tremendous stuff. 891 there, the points. In second spot is Lewis White on 775. Next up on 714 in lane 3. In lane 5, beg your pardon, is Jack Thomas. Well, we said this pool was quick. Bit of a taster there from Thomas Hamer of how quick it can be, and he can swim faster as well. 2 minutes, 0.06 the time there in the heats. We'll expect far faster from him in the finals later on as well. 891 the points. That certainly makes for positive reading for the British athlete. Time now to move on to the women there now, the 200 metre freestyle heats for them. Just the 3 swimmers taking part in this first heat. 10 heats for this event. In lane 3 is Riveda Arstantas from Turkey. In lane 4 is Merit Karaduku from Greece. And in lane 5, completing the trio there, is Natalia Savaginsteva. 3 different categories in this one. Arstantas, an S9 swimmer. Karikadu, S7. And Savaginsteva, S6. Up towards the halfway point. Inroads being made by those 2 swimmers at the front of the pack there in lanes 3 and 5. Riveda Arstantas and Natalia Savaginsteva. Those 2 very close in the pool, certainly not very close in terms of age. The nearer swimmer, Riveda Arstantas, born in 2003, and you contrast that with Natalia Savaginsteva, 1976 she was born. Definitely a veteran in this event. Just to give you a flavour of the sort of times we're looking at for these categories, the S6 world record, 2 minutes 35.09, which was set the Paralympics in Rio by Ukraine's Elizaveta Marchenko. A 7 world record boasted by Jacqueline Frenny of Australia. That's since the 2012 Paralympics. And the S9 world record is Natalie de Twaits of Russia. Was set in Germiston in South Africa in 2009, 2:09.88. And you can see that coming out on top in the points out at the front two is Rivetta Arslan-Taz. In fact, Natalia Zarikisteva, of Kazakhstan. 5-on-5 for her. And Rivetta Arslan-Taz in second position on 2:87. It looks as if she's going to just about hold on to that position as well. It's just out of reach for Maria Karekadu. As you can see there, the points that she can achieve ticking down by the tens. She comes in towards the wall, but she's certainly not too far off second. And the Greek athlete gets 2:44 there for her efforts, and that completes heat number 1 in this event. And we look there at the confirmed times up on the screen. So Rivetta Arslan-Taz may have got the quickest time, but in fact it's Natalia Zarikisteva who gets the most points on 5:15. Heat 2 is next, a fuller pool for this one then. In lane 1 is S3 swimmer from Germany, Anka Konradi. Lane 2 is S7 athlete Anna Branca Sampau. Lane 3 from Germany is Aileen Reinstein. In lane 4 from Italy is S6 swimmer Irene Agostini. In 5, S5 athlete from Turkey is Sevilay Öztürk. In lane 6, S3 swimmer Sakuko Kato. Veronika Gorenko is in lane 7. She's an S3 athlete also, and in 8. From Poland is S5 swimmer Julia Satkowska. Saw a close-up shot there just before the athletes went into the pool. On Sevilay Öztürk. She's the swimmer in lane 5 with the blue costume and the white cap, doing the butterfly motion. Again, we are seeing the fantastic range of strokes that are applied in the freestyle event, depending of course on the disability. And Sevilay Öztürk definitely going about things very well at the moment as the S5 swimmer. Just behind her in lane 4 as well is Irene Agostini. She's an S6 swimmer, and the S6 record, and as we touched on in that last heat there, Elizaveta Marchenko hosting that, Ukrainian, with a time of 2:35.09 in Rio de Janeiro. Sevilite Ozturk. He's chasing the world record set by Beatrice Hess in the S5 final of the Sydney Paralympics in 2000. It was 2:44.61. And Beatrice Hess was 39 when she got that world record. And 17 years later almost, it still hasn't been defeated. I'm sure there'll be quite a few S5 athletes licking their lips, though, at the prospect of toppling Beatrice Hess from that position there of world record holder in the women's 200 metre freestyle S5 category. And the youngster Sevilite Ozturk in lane 5, 14-year-old, qualifying with a time of 4:08.41. He's ticking along pretty nicely here, and I suspect she's going to really push that entry time of hers all the way towards the finish. That gives you some perspective, though, on how impressive Beatrice Hess's world record is, as she did touchdown around 30 seconds ago from this point. Certainly a legend is the French athlete. And certainly lots of legends taking the pool over the course of the next 4 days as well. Got a legend in the making coming up next in Heat 3 in the form of Lisette Tunissen. May only be a youngster, the Netherlands swimmer, but the S3 athlete has certainly set the world of para-swimming alight in the past couple of years or so. And she certainly looking forward to her first World Championships in September. But for now, though, coming in towards the wall, Sevilite Ozturk amassing 370 points, and it looks as if after the next couple of swimmers coming in as well that she will still hold that feat of top of the mantle there. Coming in next, in lane 4 is Irene Agostini, the Italian, with a score of 2:41, closely followed by fellow S6 swimmer Aileen Reinstein. The German there, just waiting for her confirmed points on the screen. It will be lower than 2:41. Up next, though, beating all of those points in lane 6 is Sakuko Kato, the Japanese swimmer, S3 athlete, on 4:77. And just getting the confirmed points up there for Aileen Reinstein. It is 2:27 for her, just short of Irene Agostini. Elsewhere, coming in on the far side now, 400 points coming in for Veronika Gurenko, the Israeli there, bang on the dot on 400, and near that on 378, touching in the third highest amount of points is Anke Conradi, the German. There you go, there's your confirmed points. Sakuko Kato taking the fastest points total there in Heat 2. Good swim from the S3 athlete. And a couple of S3 athletes in this one as well. In lane 5, Lisette Tunissen, the one to watch. 3:26.62 was her entry time coming in towards this event. And she certainly has had a very impressive 18 months or so as the Dutch swimmer. Let's see how she gets on in this one. Svente in lane 0. In 1 is Heigert Borg Elgsadoya. In 2 is Peggy Sontag. Bulfia Gabadelina is in 3. In 4 is Esfani Rodriguez. Lisette Tunissen in 5. Lorfi Willemstottir in 6. In 7 is Jasmin Beutler. In 8 is Gina Butcher. And in 9 is Ronja Zeerold. We're almost ready to get underway. You can just look there in lane 5, just next to the coach with the orange jersey, synonymous of course with the Netherlands, and that is Lisette Tunissen. We'll be looking for a championships to remember here. Just a year ago she competed in her first European Championships in Funchal, of course. She won 5 medals, 3 golds, and after Rio she then added another set of 5 medals to that. 5 Paralympic medals she got in Brazil, 2 golds, and is certainly looking forward to Mexico in the autumn. And how's about this for a stat? She currently 16, but already has broken 18 world records since 2014. That's 18 world records. 18 personal bests, I think, in that time would have been impressive enough. But to get an average of 6 world records per year is some going, and she will definitely be one of the stars you'd suspect of not only these championships, but perhaps the world championships to come as well. Also, S3 swimmer on the other end of the age spectrum, so she wouldn't mind me saying that, Zulfiya Gabidulina, born in 1965, the Kazakhstani. And of course the S3 record that those two are pursuing is Lisette Tunissen's own world record. She set here in Berlin last year, which was 3:25.17. So it'll be very interesting to see if the swimmer in lane 5 can match that. She's just on the right of your screen there and 10 metres away from the halfway point. Currently leading the way on the near side there, just underneath the graphic in lane 1. It's Heidegger Bjorg Elgestodde, S18 athlete, worth mentioning as well. There's S4 swimmer Gina Boccia taking part in the pool in lane 8. Alongside her Potsdam teammate, which is Yasmin Butler in lane 7. So those two on the far side. Brazilian Estefany Rodriguez as well, a 7th athlete, is also present. Fresh, of course, from those Paralympics last year in her own country. And we're around a quarter of the way through the next 4-year cycle towards Tokyo 2020. Of course, it may be a while off. Some of these athletes are just wanting to focus, let alone on the World Championships in September, but just on these next 4 days. But Tokyo must be in the back of these athletes' minds. Maybe 3 years away, but believe me, that time will quickly evaporate. Look at that fantastic performance in lane 3. 9:13 the points there. How about that from Zulfiya Gabidulina? Absolutely smashing it there. Coming out on top in the S3 swimmers, Lisette Tunissen, 7:72 for her. A quiet start there for the Dutch swimmer, but certainly taking things by the scruff of the neck there is the Kazakhstani Zulfiya Gabidulina, and it'll be very interesting to see, should she make the finals later on this evening, if she can possibly break Lisette Tunissen's world record. And in fact there, it looks as if we have got a world record of 3:24. We will confirm that for you in time of 9:13. But I think that we have a brand new world record.
And on lane 9, representing the Polish Paralympic swimming team, Nikola Kacik.
And I have a disqualification for event 2, heat 2. Lane 5 is
we had 9 world records on the first day last year, and we have our first one of the day as well. Hats off to Zulfaya Jabladina, and in the end, in that heat, it was a case of experience pay more dividends than youth. We'll see if that's the case later on in the finals tonight. I'm sure revenge will be sought after from Lizette Tunison. For now, we move on to heat number 4. Well, good luck to these athletes in Heat 4, matching up to that we just saw there in Heat number 3. Lane 0 is Susana Ribeiro, S5 athlete.
Ladies and gentlemen,
in Lane 1,
it's not a long time. We have the first
in the hometown of Berlin, is able-bodied athlete Atizia Lear.
Suliva Gabidulina, he's swimming a new world record.
There we go there, our first world record being announced on the PA system here in Berlin. We'll hope to hear those utterances a lot more over the next 4 days or so. Looking back then to the pool then, Lane 2, Fanny Ailes of Hungary. In 3 is Estonia's Kate Yangamagi. In 4 from Japan is Akari Fujiwara. In Lane 5 from Egypt is Alyala Tufik. In Lane 6 from Hungary is Reka Tar. In 7 is Monica Boggioni. In 8, Laura Mahieu from France. And in 9 from Poland is Nikola Karkic.
Wir kommen zum Lauf Nummer 5, Heat Number 5. Auf der Bahn 0 startet vom SC Potsdam Charlotte Dabas. On lane 1, representing Brazil, Laila Suzigan Garcia. On lane 2, representing Portugal, Renato Pinto. On lane 3, representing Iceland, Sandra Sif Gunnarsdottir. Auf der Bahn 4 vom SC Potsdam, Nele Sorgatz. Auf der Bahn 5 vom Berliner Swimteam, Cosima Reinicke. Auf der Bahn 6 vom PSV Stralsund, Laura Panke. Auf der Bahn 7 für den Berliner Schwimmteam, Berit Stützel. Auf der Bahn 8 vom SC Potsdam, Antonia Isabel Marre. And on lane 9, representing Estonia, Brenda Tilk.
Well, we've certainly come accustomed to in the not only the women's 200 metre freestyle heats, but also the early stages of the men's 200 metre freestyle heats as well. The spread of athletes, if you like, over the pool due to the different classifications that are present. Remember, touching the wall first doesn't necessarily mean you've got the most points. Proven there as well. The first touch did come in from Akari Fujiwara of Japan, but she got 423, and is that a world record that we see there in lane 7 as well? 1,042. We will wait for the confirmed time there of Monica Boggioni, the S4 swimmer. She's looking to beat her own record she set earlier on this year in Italy, 304.62. And as we look for the confirmed times up on the scoreboard now, the big question is, has she beaten her own world record? And the answer very much is yes. 302.84 there another world record, back-to-back world records here in Berlin. We did say that these swimmers would require good luck in order to beat the standard of swimming we saw in the last heat, but I don't think they needed it, especially Monica Baggioni, a second straight world record that we have seen this morning here in Berlin. Told you that pool's quick. Let's see how quick it'll be for these athletes. Next up in Heat 5, lots of German representatives here, which of course you would expect in a home championships here in Berlin. Not necessarily as many Germans, though, proportionally as we may have seen in recent years, due to the fact that this is now a World Series event. There's certainly a lot more of a competitive nature surrounding these championships. And as I've touched on many a time this morning, and will do during the duration of the next 4 days, the World Championships coming up in Mexico as well. Definitely wearing heavy on the minds of these swimmers. Next up is Heat 5. In lane 0 is able-bodied swimmer Charlotte Darbers from Potsdam. In lane 1 from Brazil is Lalia Suzigan Garcia. In lane 3, there is no lane 2 here. Lane 3, S13 swimmer is Sandra Sif Gonastidor. In 4 is able-bodied athlete Nelly Sorgatz, also from Potsdam. In lane 5 from Berlin is S10 swimmer Cosima Ranicki. In 6 is Laura Panke, another able-bodied athlete. And then completing the pool in lane 7, 8 and 9, we have in 7 Berit Stutzel from Berlin, S14 swimmer, youngest in the pool for this one. In lane 8 from Potsdam, S10 athlete Antonia Isabel Mara. And in 9, S7 athlete, and the oldest in the pool for this heat, it's Brenda Tilk of Estonia. So ranging from S6 to S14, and also including 3 able-bodied swimmers as well. Who says that these championships don't offer variety? I don't think anyone's ever said that. Definitely not short of it here in Berlin.
Have the second world record for today. It's on lane 7 in Heat 4. Monica Bocconi, it's a new world record start class 4. Congratulations!
Tight tussle down the centre of the pool there. Lane 4 in the red cap from Potsdam is Nelly Sorgatz, and in lane 5 is Cosima Ranicki from Berlin. Touching in first. In lane number 7 from Berlin also is Berit Stutzel, S14 athlete on 4:10. Currently leads out of the first 3 Germans touching home, but the Brazilian there in lane 1, Lalia Suzigan Garcia, S6 swimmer with a points total there of 6.56, which is not near the world record that was set back in 2016 in Rio, T35.09 for the S6s. But still, it's enough in that heat to take the fastest points total the three German athletes there leading the way in terms of time, but in terms of points, it's the Brazilian Lale Suzigan Garcia. 6.56 for her. Brenna Tilk situated in second. Up next is heat number 6. And in lane 0 from Norway's S5 swimmer Sarah Louise Rung. In 1 and 2 are the two S12 swimmers in this one from Azerbaijan down at Shandibina. In lane 2 is Sara Bellotti of Italy. In lane 3 from Switzerland is S8 swimmer Nora Meister. And then a trio of Germans following up after that. Gina Marie Hoffer, S14 swimmer. Dennis Graal, lane 5, S7 swimmer. And in lane 6, S9 swimmer is Mira Jian-Mark. And in 7 is S7 athlete from Japan, Sakura Koike. In 8, S9 athlete Anika Laken. And in 9 from Chile is S8 swimmer Valentina Munoz. In previous World Series events that we've seen so far this year, in the likes of Copenhagen, Sao Paulo, Sheffield and Indianapolis, it will have been a case of these para-athletes being quite localised. If an event was in Brazil, you would mostly see swimmers from the South American continent, and in Europe, of course, in Copenhagen and Sheffield, mostly European athletes. But because this is the final World Series event on the calendar here in Berlin, it really is a case of as many swimmers as possible coming here to North Europe and doing their best to stake a claim for qualification for autumn's World Championships in Mexico City. And we touched on earlier Lisette Tinnerson, and she actually did an interview with the IPC, and in it she does say how the event has previously been fantastic here in Berlin, but it's certainly been more enhanced by the extra competitive element with it being a World Series event. And you definitely get that sense, even in the heat stages here, that there is a lot more at stake than perhaps there has been in previous years. Certainly a lot more colour in these championships as well, and I'm not just talking about the new purple balloons that are at either end of the pool, although they are pretty fantastic, does have to be said. So leading proceedings here, lane 4 from Berlin. In her home pool is Gina Marie Hofer, S14 athlete, the S14 record being held by Bethany Firth of Great Britain. That was in the Commonwealth Games in 2016. Touching in first there is Gina Marie Hofer with a score of 4.44, edged by a point by Miri Jian-Mark there. The two Berlin teammates, I'm sure they'll have a laugh about that afterwards, but couldn't have been much closer between those two. But look at that, leading the way on the near side there, lane 0, Sarah Louise Rung of Norway, 8.53 the time for her. S5 swimmer chasing that time of 2:44.61. And she certainly wasn't a million miles away at all. Denise Graal touching in second, 6.76. And Sakura Koike in third position. Sarah Louise Rung takes heat number 6. Well over halfway in these heats for the women's 200 metre freestyle. If you're just joining us, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. You're watching the live stream here of the International Deutsche Meisterschaften Swimming Championships in Berlin with me, Jonathan Bell. I'll be here with you all the way through the next 4 days of competition. We've already seen 2 world records this morning. If you've missed them, where were you? They were boasted first this morning by Zulfia Gabiduliana, and then Monica Borgioni then came to the forefront as well with a world record of her own, beating her own world record, in fact. And hopefully we'll see a lot more where that came from for the rest of the morning. Line 0 and 1 occupied by two homegrown swimmers from the German capital here in Berlin. Verena Scott in 0, S7 athlete, and in lane 1 is able-bodied swimmer Pauline Opitz. In lane 2 from Poland is S14 swimmer Gabriela Michalowska. Adela Mikova is also an S14 athlete from the Czech Republic. She's in lane 3. And 4 from Denmark, ST10 swimmer Mia Shakinga Troth. Rebecca Dubber of New Zealand is in lane 5. She's an S7 athlete. In lanes 6 and 8 are 2 S9 swimmers, Lucie Etienne from France and Felicia Libera from Germany. And wedged in between those two in lane 7 from Denmark is S13 athlete Camilla Agard. Halfway point being reached first there. In lane 4 by Mia Shakinga Troth, Denmark. 2:36.41 was her entry time. She's trying to get as close as possible to the world record in the S10 category, which is 2:11.17, held by Elodie Laurandi of France. The world record which was set in this pool last year in Berlin. Touched on it earlier when the men were swimming in this event, but as the heats go on, the pool will get more and more bunched up. The classifications are irrelevant, really, in terms of the listings for these heats. It's all about times in terms of who swims in what lane. So these swimmers may be in very different categories indeed. We also have an able-bodied swimmer in lane 1 in the form of Pauline Opitz, but the times are pretty similar, which is why it looks so close together. But these swimmers are not directly swimming against each other. You can see there with the points on the screen, they are swimming in comparison to their respective world records, depending on what classification they are in. And it's worked out through the Gompertz function, which, if you're not familiar with it, then you're expecting me to tell you how it works. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's way too complicated for my mind. And I'm sure it's very complicated for a lot of people's minds at home as well. Just leave it to the computer to decide who gets the fastest points. And this time around, it's Rebecca Dubber in lane 5 of New Zealand. S7 athlete, chasing the world record of 2:26.44, and you can see there in 8th, 2:46.81 was her time. She wasn't far away at all, and that means that she gets 665 points for her effort, 40 points ahead of Verena Schott in 2nd and in 3rd. From Denmark is Mia Shakinga Troth.
Silbermedaillengewinnerin von den Paralympics. Auf der Bahn 4, Maike Naomi Schnittger. Also, wo sind die Potsdamer? Kann es irgendwie noch mal laut werden? Ah, ich sehe es doch. Oben links, von mir aus gesehen rechts, da sitzen die Potsdamer, die Truppe um Dörte Paschke.
Heat 8 just moments away. Lane 0 from Iceland is Anita Osk Afransodia. In lane 1 is Julia Benito de Tena from Spain. In lane 2, from Great Britain, is Lily McLeod. In lane 3, from Germany, is Laura Marie Schoenfeld. In lane 4, also from the home nation for this event, Maika Naomi Schnittger. In 5 is Aurélie Rivard from Canada. Hungary's Bianca Papp is in 6. In lane 7 and 8 from the USA are Aspen Shelton and Mackenzie Cohen. And from France, in lane 9, completing the pool, is Jade Lebris. Just the one able-bodied swimmer taking part in this heat, and that comes in the form of Laura Marie Schoenfeld from Berlin. She is in lane 3.
And I have another disqualification from event 2.
She's meant to be in lane 3, but it appears we don't have Laura Marie Schoenfeld in this event. So just the para swimmers taking part in this heat. You will see quite a few able-bodied athletes taking part in the heat stages. Lots of them very much in the younger stages of their swimming career. And a lot of them as well from Germany, testing themselves against world-class para swimmers. Fantastic experience for them, that is for sure. And even the para swimmers who themselves aren't necessarily at World Championship level just yet, that you may see in earlier stages of heats, they certainly enjoy pitting their wits against some of the best para athletes that the world has to offer. And of course, with the way that the system works, in terms of it not being about classification but times in terms of who goes in what heat, you can have a case where you may have someone in a higher classification who may not be that quick actually swimming against someone in a lower classification in a heat that is a Paralympic medalist. So it really is a fantastic mix that you do get courtesy of the multi-class system. And it does throw up these sort of tight endings as well, and you can see down the middle there the front two may be in different categories, but certainly pushing each other all the way. Maika Naomi Schrittger there with 8.86, and she was swimming, chasing the earlier world record that we saw set by Monica Boggioni. She didn't go too far off it at all. In lane 5, in second spot there was Aurélie Rivard of Canada on 8.62, and USA's Mackenzie Cohen on 8.27 completes the fastest 3.
On lane 4, representing Great Britain, Jessica Jane Applegate. On lane 5, representing Sweden, Pernilla Lindberg. On lane 6, representing the Netherlands, Lisa Kruger. On lane 7, representing the Netherlands, Amber van der...
So an area record there for Aurélie Rivard. We thought he was quick. 8.62 was the point she amassed there.
Representing Poland, Sprawna Razem, Angelika.
And just a clarification as well about when I was talking earlier about able-bodied. It's swimmers that would be competing not on a IPC stage. They're not necessarily qualified as a para swimmer, but they still get to compete here in Berlin nonetheless against other para athletes. And as I said, we'll see more of those as not only the morning progresses, but the competition as a whole over the next 4 days as well. This is the penultimate heat. It's heat number 9. In lane 0 from the Netherlands is Inda Belfort, S10 swimmer. In lane 1 is Kim Snyder, who is one of those swimmers I was touching upon there, as athletes may not be recognised as a para-athlete, but nonetheless invited to swim here at the Europa Sports Park here in Berlin. Lane 2 from the Netherlands is Manon Vamarian. In 3 is Aridna Edo Beltran. In 4 from Great Britain is Jessica Jane Applegate. She's an S14 swimmer alongside Pernilla Lindberg of Sweden, who also is in that category. She's in lane 5. And then we have a trio of Dutch swimmers spanning from lane 6 to 8. Lisa Kruger, S10 swimmer. Amber van Druk, an S14 swimmer in lane 7. And in lane 8, Lisette Brunsma, S11 swimmer. And in lane 9 from Poland is Angelika Koniecko.
Und wir rufen auf den letzten Lauf über die 200 Meter Freistil der Frauen. Heat Number 10, Lauf Nummer 10.
So I touched on earlier the young athlete from the Netherlands saying it was Lizette's innocence. In fact, Lisette Broersma, they're both from the same country and they've both got the same first name and competing in this event. And after getting my wires crossed there, it's Lisette Broersma who boasts 18 world records from the last 3 years. She's in lane 8 for this one. Keep your eye on her over the course of the next 4 days, as she is really one of the hottest prospects in para swimming at the moment. Switching in first there in lane 4, Jessica Jane Applegate, no surprises there, 8.89, very impressive from the S14 swimmer, and then 9.45 being recorded in lane 8. Told you she was fast. Lisette Broersma chasing a 19th world record in 3 years, and she's not far off it at all. The world record does stand by her at 2:26.53. Has she beaten it? And the answer is no, but she is not too far away at all from that. Gets the highest points though, 9.45. Expect more from her in the finals tonight. And she could be one of the stars of these championships in Berlin. That's the final heat then. It's heat number 10. Just a reminder, after this we have the men's 100 metre butterfly heats coming up for you. But for now, the next 2.5 minutes or so, eyes firmly on the pool and these 9 athletes looking to qualify for the A final later tonight. A reminder, if you've just joined us, that there will be in this event 3 finals: the A final, the B final and the C final. There for the seniors. There'll also be a junior final as well. So certainly lots of places available for these swimmers to qualify from the heats into the finals tonight, but of course they'll all be wanting to get in that A final. Halfway point in this heat then, lane 0 is Jacqueline Herveg. In lane 1, S10 swimmer from France, Emmeline Pierre. In 2, S10 swimmer from Great Britain, Zara Mulloy. In 3, from Poland is Olivia Jablonska. Again an S10 swimmer. In 4, from Great Britain, S14 athlete Bethany Firth. In 5, from France is Elodie Larandi. In 6 is Nuria Marquez Soto, she's an S9 athlete. In lane 7, S14 swimmer is Janina Brewer. And in 9 is another S14 athlete, this time from Austria, Janina Falk. So surging down the centre of the pool is Bethany Firth at the moment of Great Britain. Be very interested to see what time she gets here. 2:02.09 is her own world record in the S14 category. She set that in Glasgow back in 2016. She's not going to beat that here, but she, in terms of points, will certainly fare very well indeed. 2:07.81 the time. That equals 871 points. It's almost beaten there by the touch coming in from Olivia Jablonska of Poland. 8.33 she amasses, and then behind her in lane 5 currently is Elodie Larandi on 7.94. And then the last of the athletes coming in on the far side now, Janina Falk of Austria. Can she push them anywhere close? 5.03 the time for her. Taking that one with the highest points, Bethany Firth of Great Britain. And that completes the heats for the women's 200 metre freestyle. Let's have a look at the final set of confirmed times from that event. Bethany Firth leading the way, 2:07.81. Was 5 seconds or so away from her world record, but I'm sure she'll definitely go much quicker later on tonight in those finals, which she's all but sealed a place for. See there the start list for Heat 1 of the men's 100-metre butterfly. And you can see in lane 3, one of the longest names that you will see in your life. We run through the start list here. In lane 1, from South Africa, S11 swimmer Hendrik Herbst. In lane 2, from Turkey, is Ahmet Aslan. He's an S12 swimmer. In lane 3, from India, is Yuswas Sathranayatha Rana Murphy. Almost got there. In lane 4, from the USA, is Conor Giuffreda. Seen a bit of him already this morning. He's an S6 swimmer. In lane 5, from Belarus, is S7 athlete Artyom Masaru. In lane 6, from Sweden, S3 athlete Michael Fredriksson. And in 7, from Kazakhstan, is Kirill Ilyevich. He's an S12 athlete. So just the 100 metres in this event with the butterfly. And coming in now on the far side, it's going to be a first touch coming in there, and a score of 810. It's 814 in fact. Coming in lane number 8. That's very impressive stuff indeed from Yerzhan Salim Gariev from Kazakhstan. Let's see if that will be beaten. It looks unlikely as the rest of the swimmers come home now. That'd be interesting to see how that 814 there shapes up when it comes to selecting who will be in those finals later on tonight.
On lane 9, representing HBRS, Valentin Leon Trabat.
See there in lane 6, Michael Fredriksson of Sweden. He is an S3 swimmer. Coming in now, looking to get as many points as possible. 728, meaning he comes in second spot. But no one is going to beat Salim Gariev, who comes out on top. 112.07 the winning time. He gets the winning points as well, with 840. Michael Fredriksson in second, and Conor Giuffreda is in third. Heat 2 is up next, and taking the pool for this one, lane 0 is Maurice Vetikam. In 1 is Fabian Brunner. In lane 2 is Daniel Gavronsky. In 3 is Suyash Narayan Jadvad. In lane 4 is Justin Capps. Lane 5 is Rick Vaughan. In 6 is Ziwei Wang. Lane 7 is Punith Nanda Kumar. In 8 is Gabriel Alves Barras, and in 9 is Valentin Leon Trabat. Couple of swimmers not in the pool here in lanes 2 and 8, but the rest of the athletes all present and correct and ready to try and get a faster time as possible in conjunction with their respective world record in whatever category they are in. Again, a variety of categories here, such as S9 swimmers. Maurice Vetkamp in lane 0 on the near side is in that category. There's seven swimmers as well. Fabian Brunet in lane 1. Suyash Narayan Jadhav in 3 as well. S8 swimmer Punith Nandakumar occupies lane 7. A double dose of S10 athletes in lanes 4 and 5 with Justin Capps and Rick 1. And in lane 6, S13 swimmer Z Wei 1. See what the points look like then. Touching in first in lane 3 is Suyash Narayan Jadhav with 608, which is almost double that of the points seen elsewhere. 404 being boasted there by Fabian Brunet, who touches in with the second fastest time in terms of the points, but it's not enough to dismantle at the top of the tree there the Indian Suyash Narayan Jadhav. 608 is his points total. Heat 3 is up next. You can see there on your screen the starting list for that on the right as well. The entry times from those athletes for this event.
Auf der Bahn 6 für den Berliner Schwimmteam Felix Uli Fichtelmann. On lane 7 representing AXA Promesas Enrique José Alhambra Mollar.
Just to mark your card as well for the rest of the morning. After this we have the women's 100 metre butterfly heats, and after that the men's 100 metre breaststroke heats, which is duly followed by the women's 100 metre breaststroke heats, and then we conclude the morning with men's 400 metre individual medley and the women's 400 metre individual medley as well. Then we have the backstrokes, men's 200 metre backstroke, women's 200 metre backstroke, and the mixed 4x50 individual medley. So still a lot more to come this morning. Few time finals as well later on, and we're certainly looking forward to it here in Berlin.
Und wir kommen zu Lauf Nummer 4, Heat Number 4, on lane 0 representing CN Pozuelo, Carlos Navarro González. On lane 1 representing Potsdam für den SC Potsdam, Julian Ergsleben auf der Bahn 2.
Have a full pool for this one as well. Lane 0 is Jan Rahaus, the S9 swimmer. In lane 1, S12 athlete is Wow Victor Benicio. In 2, S10 swimmer is Ronan Nunes Cordero. In lane 3, also S10 swimmer is Shaitan Girdar Raut. In 5, Tobias Pollock, S7 swimmer Felix Uli Fischeltmann, S9 athlete there in lane 6. In 7 is Enrique Jose Alhambra Molla, S13 athlete. Nico Clemens, S8 swimmer, is in 8, and in 9, S9 swimmer Alexander Bartz coming in towards the wall, and we can see an area record being recorded by Tobias Pollock there, 113.47 for the German. And he gets the most points as well, 683 for him. Jose Luis Pedrago Maya in second on 560. And Felix Uli Fischtelmann is in third. Almost at the halfway point in these heats of the men's 100-metre butterfly. This is heat number 4 of 9. Once again, a pretty bulky pool indeed for this one. Lane 0 is Carlos Navarro Gonzalez. Julian Axelben is in 1. In 2 is Yannick Pelikan. Leon Huzel is in 3. In 4 is Mile Kornick. In 5 is Zach Zonner. In 6 is Andrea Loba. Marcin Makar is in 7. In 8 is Matej Petrilic. And in lane 9 is Kemar Kaldma. Mile Kornic of France in lane 4. The quickest entry time, 1:11.03. Of course, it's all about the points, though, at the end of the heats. And the world record time that he'll be chasing is in the S8 category. And that is set by Maodang Song of China back in the Paralympic Games in Rio when he won that gold medal with a time of 59.19. So certainly difficult for any S8 athlete to try and overcome that. I'm not sure Maodang Song would be able to beat that again if he had a crack at it. It really was impressive stuff from the Chinese swimmer as he won that gold in Rio de Janeiro. Let's see how many points, though, in the pool Mile Kornic can get. Zach Zonner as well is in that category. He's in lane 5. 5:93 for Mile Kornic. 5:60 being recorded by Zach Zonner as well in lane 5.
And on lane 10, representing Equipo AXA Promesas.
Decent performance as well on the near side by Carlos Navarro Gonzalez. You can see that. Confirmed times on your screen. Mile Kornic leading the way on 5:93. Zach Zonner in second. And third fastest time is Andrea Loba. Swiftly on to heat number 5 next. And again, a variety of classifications and nations as well. In lane 0 from Croatia is Karlo Rakovic. He's S9 athlete. As is Malte Braunschweig of Germany in lane 1. In 2 from Hungary is Bence Muscari, also an S9 athlete. Trio of them on the near side there. In lane 3 from New Zealand is Kellyn Edwards. He's an S8 swimmer. In lane 4 from from Puerto Rico, in fact, is Javier Josca Hernandez Rodriguez. S14 athlete. Felipe Vachon is in lane 5 from Canada. He's an S8 swimmer, as is Mikel Gulus from Poland in 6. In lane 7 and 8 are the 2 S9 swimmers, Guillermo Mikel Hernandez from Spain and Oladaisi Adiferson from Great Britain. And completing the pool in lane 9 is Jacobo Garrido Brun. He is an S10 athlete.
Wir kommen zu Lauf Nummer 6, Heat number 6. Auf der Null startet für den MFZK Schwerin.
Well, there may be 6 classification disciplines separating Javier Josca Hernandez Rodriguez in lane 4 and Felipe Vachon in lane 5, but only 300ths of a second separated them on the entry times. And we should have a pretty tight pool here right to the finish, because only 2.5 seconds separated all of these athletes from each other on the entry times. Coming in there with the quickest time in lane 6 is Mikel Gulus of Poland on 7:39, and that will be the quickest points as well there. 6:74 is second, and Philip Vachon, we said it'd be close between those two. Let's have a look at the confirmed points now. The third best points tally up for grabs here, being taken by Kellyn Edwards of New Zealand. 6:64, just 10 points behind Felipe Vachon. Heat 6 of 9 up next. In lane 0 from Germany is Klaus Steinhauer. In lane 1 from the Netherlands is Bas Taken. Matias Menezes Ribeiro from Brazil is in lane 2. In 3 from Iceland is Bjorn Axel Angenassen. In 4 from the Netherlands is Thijs van den End. In 5 from Belarus is Hayori Zuzalu. In 6 from Great Britain, Benjamin Fulston. In 7 from Estonia is Robin Litko. Sergio Salvador Matos Miguel is in 8. And in 9 from Germany is Julian Hirscher.
Und wir kommen zum Lauf Nummer 7, Heat Number 7.
Halfway point being reached there almost simultaneously by all 10 of these athletes. Very level at the front again, varying classifications here. S8 swimmers, S9, 10 and S11 swimmer as well. But those at the front 3 that you can see at the moment. Bas Taken in lane 1, in 2 Matias Menezes Ribeiro, and also looking towards the far side as well in lane 6 is Benjamin Fulston. Who's going to get the most points there? The answer comes courtesy in lane 5 of Hayori Zuzialo.
Representing Ireland, Barry McClemens.
He gets a time of 108.59. More importantly, when it comes to the points, manages to boast quite an impressive points tally of 707. Robin Lickscore second, and Thijs van den and 659 is in third.
And ladies and gentlemen, maybe we have now the 3rd world record here in Berlin on lane number 4, Mark Evers. He is swimming in this year in March, a new world record, 58.88, and maybe he is in a good shape here and he loved it to swim in Berlin. Steffen, sorry that we look to this man. By the half time, he is by...
In the pool here in lane 0 is Florent Marache of France. In 1 is Takuro Yamada of Japan. In lane 2 of Greece is Charalampos Tayaginadis. In 3 is Stephen Clegg of Great Britain. In 4 is Netherlands' Mike Evers. In 5 is Dimothensis Michaelantzakis of Greece. In 6 is Somon Kilo Kuli. In 7 is Keiichi Kimura of Japan. Barry McClements of Ireland in 8. And in 9 is Lucas Carl of Potsdam. Right then, are we going to get a world record here? It's going to be very close towards the wall. 8.83 is the winning points time from that. In fact, it's going to be 8.87 in lane 7. Keiichi Kimura of Japan on 8.87, 4 points ahead of Stephen Clegg. Very close between those two indeed, both underneath 1 minute. And both surpassing their entry times as well. And you can see how that shapes up on the points. Very close between the front 4 there, separated by just 10 points. By far and away the tightest we've seen so far. It definitely bodes well for the finals we will have later on tonight.
On lane 7, representing Croatia, Christian Vincetic. On lane 8, representing Spain, Jose Antonio Mari Alcaraz. And on lane 9, representing Denmark, Niels Mortensen. Und wir kommen zum letzten Vorlauf über diese 100 Meter Schmetterling der Männer zum Lauf Nummer 9, Heat Number 9. On lane 0 auf der Bahn 0 startet für Österreich Andreas.
Past the halfway point in heat number 8. This is the penultimate heat of the men's 100 meter butterfly. And that last heat was absolutely gripping right to the death. 10 points separating the front four. And of course things are quite competitive in the heat stages, with everyone battling for a spot in the finals later on tonight. But if that's what it's like in the heats, goodness knows what it's going to be like in the finals. Decent swimming here as well this time around. And let's see what points can be amassed. 8.25 being recorded there in lane 8 by Jose Antonio Maria Alcaraz of Spain. 8.10 the score for Ucho Tomita on the near side as well in lane 1 of Japan. And Alec Elliott, the only swimmer in that one to get under 1 minute there. The S10 swimmer. But taking it is Jose Antonio Maria Alcaraz. 8.25 there for the S9 athlete. We now reach the final heat of the men's 100 meter butterfly, and it's heat number 9. In the pool here, Andreas Onia is in lane 0 from Austria. In lane 1 from France is Alex Portal. In 2 from the Netherlands is Olivier van der Voort. Federico Malachi is in lane 3. He's from Italy. In lane 4 from Belarus is Aya Boki. In 5 is David Levesque from Spain. In 6, Jordan Catchpole from Great Britain. In lane 7 from Sweden is Ludwig Nyren. In lane 8 is Alex Rossa. In lane 9 is Maxim Vashkevich of Belarus. Well, the announcers here in Berlin certainly whipping up potential support for a world record here, should Federico Malachi in lane 3 and Iaboki in lane 4 be here fresh and ready for this race. Federico Malachi in lane 3, S9 swimmer, chasing his own world record of 58.91 seconds, which was set here in 2015 in Berlin. And Iaboki of Belarus is an S13 swimmer who again is chasing his own record. That stands at 53.85 seconds. And I tell you what, he's not going to be far off it at all. Iaboki coming in towards the wall, 55.64. It's not too far away from his own world record. 906 points is recorded for him. It's 823 points for Federico Malachi. And also faring pretty well indeed there as well, with 750 points is David Levesque, just ahead of Jordan Catchpole. And when I say just ahead, I mean by 1 point. It was very close between those two indeed. So there you go, Iaboki there, 55.64, impressive stuff. Not quite the record he set at Rio de Janeiro at the Paralympic Games last year, but I'm sure we'll see something along those lines again tonight. Federico Malachi touches in with the second best points, 8.23 for the Italian. Again, he is someone who will be looking to smash his own world record.
States of America, Julia Gaffney on lane 7, representing Aachen, Pia Sophie Huppertz. On lane 8 of der Bahn 8.
So, some very interesting men's 100 meter butterfly heats there. Let's see how the women can respond with their heats now. Heat 1 coming up next. There are 6 heats in the women's event for the 100 meter butterfly. Taking the pull for this one, lane 0 is Kozmina Renicki. In 1 is Berit Schussel. In 2 is Fatma Nurbaki. In lane 3 is Jadranka Maric. In 4 is Sandra Barbosa. In 5 is Sylvia Karadin. In 6 is Julia Gaffney. In lane 7 is Pia Sophie Huberts. In 8 is Ronja Zerold. And in 9 is Irene Agostini.
Und wir kommen zu Lauf Nummer 2, Heat Number 2. Auf der Bar 0 startet für die SG Bayer Isabel Marie Goglin.
You're just joining us on the live stream. A very good morning to you, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're watching from in the world. Pleasure to have you alongside us here at the International Deutschmeisterschaften Swimming Championships 2017. And of course, we do have these championships every single year here in Berlin, but there's something different and particularly special about this year, this time around. This is the 5th and final event of the World Series. The World Series, of course, being introduced this year to make things even more gripping and interesting in the world of para-swimming, and it's certainly shown to be the case so far, not just today but also in the previous 4 World Series events as well. We've already been to Copenhagen, Sao Paulo, Sheffield and Indianapolis, and we conclude things here in Berlin, and we're hoping that these para-athletes have saved the best till last. Of course, not only are they looking to get PBs, world records and the like, they are looking to make sure they go into the World Championships in Mexico City, first and foremost, and those that do get there are looking to get there in the best shape possible. So lots to look out for this morning, and in the evening finals that are coming up later today as well. We have 4 days of action coming your way. We've already seen 2 world records in the heats, and we're hoping for much more as the day progresses. So just confirmation in a few moments time of that first heat there in the women's 100 metre butterfly. It's going to be a very close fought thing here, because Irene Agostini on the far side gets 4.35, which tips, or pips should I say, Julia Gaffney to it. The USA swimmer looked as if she'd got the most points from that heat. That's changed, however, and you can see the confirmed times up on the scoreboard. And now the points to boot. Irene Agostini taking heat 1 of the women's 100 metre butterfly with a time of 435. And if you have just tuned in and are new to para swimming, particularly multi-class swimming as well, which is a big part of para swimming, it basically sees the para-athletes from different classifications ranging from S1 all the way up towards S14, depending on the athlete's disabilities, swim not against each other but against the respective world record in their classification. So as you saw there in that first heat, whoever touches the wall first does not necessarily get the most points. It is all about who gets closest to their respective world record, and we have seen a couple of world records, as I say, smashed earlier on today, and I would not be surprised at all if we saw a couple more. Those in the swimming world tell me that this is one of the fastest pools in the world, and whatever that means, it certainly is proving to be the case thus far. Long may it continue. Heat number 2 then, off and underway. Lane 0 here is Isabel Marie Goglin. In lane 1 is Marita Suko. In 2 is Judith Rollo Marichal. In 3 is Katarina Chuda. In lane 4 is Martina Hrikvenak. In 5 is Anna Krzyzniak. In 6 is Monika Berseveska. In 7 is Rekche Hoyta. In 8 is Anna Castro. And in line 9 is Sophie Jin Wen Soon. Those of you that have been keeping an eye on the live stream this morning will have picked up on the observations. You can see there with a wide shot of how in the early stages of the heats the pool is pretty spread out. The athletes span from, in this one particularly, S7 all the way up to S14, so a whole range of times coming in there, but the points should not be too dissimilar. 6.24, the fastest of the points there, and it looks as if it were the fastest of the heats overall as well. So far, Judith Rollo Marichal on 6.24. Touching in second spot there. In lane 4 is the Croat Martina Krevenak on 4.22. And 3.86 being boasted by Bethan Eckley as well. Confirmed points up on the screen, no doubt about it, that Judith Rollo-Marichal takes heat 2. And of course, I mentioned earlier, there are 3 sets of finals to continue with in some events tonight. It does vary depending on which event it is. For the women's 100 metre butterfly tonight, there is only the one final, which is the A final, but in other events such as the 200 freestyle, we have the A, B and C finals as well as the junior final as well. So there's certainly a lot to keep your eye on throughout the day here in Berlin.
Und wir kommen zum Lauf Nummer 4, Heat Number 4 on Lane 1 auf der Bahn 0, startet für den SV Göppingen 04 Marlene Endrolat. On Lane 1 representing Belarus.
In fact, we do have 3 finals coming up later tonight as well. A, B and C finals to qualify for in the 100 metre butterfly. You've got the junior finals as well. So lots of medals to be dished out over the course of today and the next 4 days as well.
On lane 5, representing Spain,
Makes for some fascinating competition.
On lane 6, representing Japan Para Swim.
And the great thing about viewers at home watching this as well, wherever you are in the world, you may be used to watching Olympic type swimming, and it's simple. You can watch lazily. Whoever touches the wall first, you know they've won. But in this one, you've got to do a bit of thinking and really pan around those points there to see who has clinched first spot. And this time around in Heat 3, first is taken in lane 5 by Maya Reitgard. Of Germany, 7:24 the time. Full complement in the pool for Heat 4. In 0 is Marlene Endrelath. In lane 1 is Anastasia Zudislava. In 2 is Janina Brewer. In 4, in lane 3, is Zofia Konkeli. In 4 is Alicia Berra. Lane 5 is Isabel Yangua Hernandez Santos. In lane 6 is Yuki Morishita. In 7 is Martha Reuther. In lane 8 is Emily Silva. And in lane number 9 is Morgan Bird of Canada. So you can see there, fastest time undoubtedly being recorded in lane 4 by Alicia Berra. It's not as simple as that, however. The quickest time does not necessarily mean the most points, and the most points there goes in lane 6 to Yuki Morishita of Japan. Confirmed times up on the scoreboard. As you can see, Yuki Morishita, third fastest time, but she gets the most points. 7.89 there. Zofia Konkeli in second on 7.74, and Alicia Berra completing the fastest trio of 750 points.
Und wir kommen zum letzten Vorlauf über diese 100 Meter Schmetterling der Frauen zum Lauf Nummer 6, Heat Number 6 on Lane 0.
Lane 0 here is Karina Prachikovikova. In Lane 1 is Julia Godiuchuk. And 2 is Tony Shaw. Lane 3 is Maria Delgado Nadal. And 4 is Alicia Scorza-Tignini. In 5 is Elizabeth Smith. Ellen Keane is in 6. In 7 is Zara Mooley. And in lane 9 is Inge Belfort.
Spain, Sarah Gascon. On lane 6, representing Japan Para Swim, Airi Ike. On lane 7, representing Great Britain, Lily McLeod. On lane 8, representing Great Britain, Daniel Hartin. And on lane 9, representing Singapore.
So let's see what the times and the resulting points are then at the end of this penultimate heat. Touching in first at the wall there is Alicia Scorza-Tignini. Let's see how that works out with the points.
Aurelia Rivard, Sarah Louise Rung, Olivia Jablonska and Mackenzie Cohen.
Waiting for confirmation on the scoreboard. Tony Shaw on 823 points takes that one, the Canadian. Just wait for that confirmation up on the scoreboard. Indeed it is, Tony Shaw of Great Britain, beg your pardon, 823, 5 points ahead of Ellen Keane. And now we move on to the final heat. The big names in this one, ready to take to the pool. Lane 0 is Gia Pelagoni. In lane 1 is Manon Vermeulen. In lane 2 is Chantal Dijreveld. In lane 3 is Alice Tai. In lane 4, Jessica Jane Applegate. Lane 5 is Sarah Gascon. Lane 6 is Eri Ike. In lane 7 is Lily McLeod. Lane 8 is Danielle Hartin. And in 9 is Yang Ting Danielle Moy.
Competition number 5, 100 Meter Brust der Männer, Vorläufe Men's 100 Meter breaststroke heats.
Jessica Jane Applegate is the one currently leading things here. The S14 swimmer from Great Britain qualified with an entry time of 105.27 for this event. The world record that she is currently chasing is 112.61.
And on lane 7, representing Egypt, Sayat.
In fact, that's not the case. In fact, 7.64 is the one that is the points that she ends up getting. In first spot there with the points is Sarah Gascon on 8.93, and 8.43 is claimed by Alice Tai.
Lucy Etienne and substitute swimmer Camilla Orgard, Jasmin Beutler and Pauline Opitz. These are the swimmers for the women's 200 meter freestyle youth final.
Now move on to our next event, which is the men's 100 meter breaststroke heats. And we start off with heat number 1. And there are 8 heats. Beg your pardon, there are a lot more than that. In fact, there are actually 18 heats for this event. So certainly the spectators here today definitely get their money's worth with this men's 100 meter breaststroke heats. Beginning with heat number 1 in a few moments' time. Off and underway with the heats for the men's 100 metre breaststroke. In lane 2 is Ishmael Kandogan. S4 swimmer. In lane 3, SB7 swimmer is Parth Hindra. In lane 4, SB8 swimmer is Punith Nanda Kumar. In lane 5, SB3 swimmer Jiga Jaishbai Thakur. And in lane 6 is SB5 swimmer Vulcan Osnagis. Well, on your screen there you can see looking very lonely at the moment. Punith Nanda Kumar out in front of the SB8 swimmer. He will get just under 300 points there for his efforts. 294 as he touches in. And a time of 140.76 as well. 107.01 is the world record for SB8. And the next to come in now as well is his Indian teammate Jiga Jayeshbhai Thakur. SB3 swimmer. The SB3 record incidentally set by Ahmed Kelly of 149.93. And it will be a score just under 200 hit for Jayeshbhai Thakur. 166 he records. And coming in on the far side now and looking as if he's actually going to get the most points in this one is Vulcan Osnagis. Comes in towards the touch. 301 for the Egyptian there, leading by 7 points. He came in with the time. So it's Niall Zayad, in fact. He comes in with the time of 247.35 there, which is a score of 301. Very good going indeed. Now coming in is Ishmael Kandogan. And will he manage to get higher than 200 points? It's going to be close as he comes in towards the wall. 203, just managing to do it there, and currently is in third spot. Last two swimmers coming in now. In lane 6 is Vulcan Osnagis. Qualified with a time of 3:30.98 coming into this, and the world record he was chasing was 1:30.07. Going to be a time just over 4 minutes as he comes in now. And if you're wondering where the SB5, lane 5 swimmer is at the moment, Jiga Jayeshbhai Thakur in the SB3 swimmer. He's not far away from coming on your screen now. It's at 149.93 that he's chasing. Meanwhile, Vulcan Osnagis touches in on 70 points there, the Turkish athlete. Ended up getting a time of 4:13.07, which will see him not finish last in terms of time, but he will be bottom of the pack in terms of points you'd suspect. That all depends, of course, as to where Jiga Jayeshbhai Thakur finishes. SB3 swimmer from India. The central 3 lanes in 3, 4 and 5 all boasted by Indian athletes. Of course, we saw Punith Nanda Kumar touch in first on 294 points and a time of 140.76. But then Zayad Niall came not too long afterwards on 301 points, and he will be the quickest athlete in this heat. He managed to get a time of 2:47.35. The question now is, how many points will Jiga Jayeshbhai Thakur get as he comes in now? SB3 swimmer, he is the most severely disabled out of the athletes in the pool. in terms of points. How will he compare? It's going to be around the 6-minute mark, coming in now towards the wall. Tremendous effort indeed there from Giga Jarishbai Thaka, and he gets 82 points, just ahead of Volkan Osnagis. 12 points separating the two of them, and we can now see the confirmed times up on the screen. Punit Nandakumar, the fastest there on 140.76 in terms of time, but remember, with the multi-class event, it's all about those points and taking the highest amount of points. That is Zayad Nail on 301.
Sean Oriorden on lane 5, representing Kazakhstan, Yerzan Samir Gereyev. On lane 6, representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, Damir Muratovic. On lane 7, representing Estonian Defense Forces, Martin Pilsang. On lane 8, representing Georgia, Nika.
Heat 2 is next up. Certainly a lot more representatives taking to the pool for this one. In lane 1 from Kazakhstan is SB7 swimmer Sayabek Daliev. In lane 2 from Portugal is SB11 athlete Marco Ribeiro Menezes. In 3 from Bosnia and Herzegovina is Nermin Memic, SB8 swimmer. In 4 from Ireland is Sean O'Riordan, SB13 athlete. In lane 5 from Kazakhstan, and in the lowest category in this heat, SB6 swimmer Yerzan Salim Geriev. In 6, also from Bosnia and Herzegovina, is Damir Muratovic, SB7 athlete. Martin Pisang is an AB athlete from Estonia. And in lane 8, from Georgia, is Nika Tavari, who, as you can see on the screen there, is an SB11 swimmer. We're all poised here for the second heat in this men's 100-meter breaststroke.
And ladies and gentlemen, I have the final qualification men's 100-meter butterfly for the A final. Iha Bocchi, Kelichi Kimura, Stephen Kleck, Dimestenios Michalantzakis, Mark Evers, Federico Molaki, Yercharan Salim Geriev, Ucha Tomuita, Christian Vincencic, and Alec Elliott.
So the 2 outside lanes in lane 0 and 9 vacant for this heat.
Jordan Kachapol, Mikal Golos,
down the centre though, lane 4, Sean O'Riordan of Ireland is taking things by the scruff of the neck so far. SB13 swimmer, that record in that category is held by Alexei Fedina of Ukraine, and it was set in 2013 in Montreal. 103.58 was the time, which shows you how quick it was, because that would have meant Alexei Fedina would have been touching home around about now.
And substitute swimmers Celine Edwards, Thijs van der Ment, Alex Rossa, Sergio Martos Minkes, and Alex Portal. And the last are the
so he'll come in now, the Irish swimmer.
They are qualified.
And it's 124.18 the time. We'll see how many points that amounts to. 430 is your answer, so 430 points there for Sean O'Riordan. In second spot, lane 7, Martin Pisang of Estonia on all the threes there, 333 for him. It's going to be very interesting to see if those two swimmers will stay in that position once this heat is finished. However, touching in there in lane 3 is Nermin Memic. Sorry, in lane 2 is Marco Ribeiro Menezes, SB11. You can see there in lane 2 as well, the man in the green shirt holding a stick. That is because SB11 and S11 swimmers are completely blind in multi-class. If they have a visual impairment or they are fully blind, they still in the S11 category anyway wear blackened goggles, so that everyone is on the same level. And of course the stick there at the end of the pool, just to give the athletes a bit of guidance as to when the end is near. So that's the conclusion then of Heat 2. Sean O'Riordan, we already knew, got the fastest time there, but it's interesting to see now who got the quickest points, because there was some decent competition going off there. It was pretty close. Shauna Ryland does take it, 4:30. Then it's Martin Pisang in second spot. Ziazbek Daliev is in third.
And I have a disqualification for event 5, heat 1, lane 5. There's a disqualification, IPC rule number 3.4.3, and time is 11:45 o'clock.
Heat 3 coming up of the men's 100 metre breaststroke in a few moments' time. And if you've just joined us on the live stream, a very good morning to you, live from Berlin, the Europa Sports Park here in the German capital, on day number 1 of the International Deutsche Meisterschaften Swimming Championships 2017, the concluding part of the World Para Series. We've already had Copenhagen, Sao Paulo, Sheffield and Indianapolis, and we're saving the best till last here in Berlin, with hopefully some very quick swimming indeed. We've already seen 2 world records. We've come close to another couple as well. I'm sure we'll see more as the day goes on and as we progress towards the finals later tonight.
Vielen Dank, Berlin. Ich weiß, dass alle Athleten sich da sehr drüber freuen.
And there we have the confirmed times up on the screen for you now. Shauna Ryden, as we said earlier, taking the fastest time and the best points tally as well on 430. So that means we are ready for the start of Heat 3 coming up in a few moments' time. If you are interested as to when the finals take place on the live stream, we'll have the live finals for you exclusively at 5 o'clock. So make sure you do get tuned on the live stream for that. And there are certainly lots of finals to look forward to as well, because not only do we have the different disciplines, we also have within those disciplines the men's and women's, as you normally do. But also we have A finals, B finals and C finals as well. And then to throw into the mix, we have the junior final to boot. So lots to look forward to later on today as we progress with day number 1 of these championships here in Berlin. And we are ready to take to the pool for Heat 3 now.
Heat 2, lane 8, IPC rules 3.
All in the pool for this one. Lane 1 from Switzerland is Stefan Führer. In 2 from Poland is Julius Trokimix. In lane 3 from Slovakia is Martin Batka. In 4 his fellow countryman Radimir Pakak. In 5 from Poland is Jakub Kolowski. In lane 6 from Slovakia is Adam Rajkika. In lane 7 from Brazil is Elcio Jr. In lane 8 from Belarus is Andrei Yukshuk. And in lane 9 from Turkey is Engin Demirale. No surprise, of course, to see quite a few European nations, particularly the Eastern European nations, being represented here, such as Slovakia and Belarus and Poland as well, that you can currently see in the pool. And, of course, that is the usual nature of these sort of events. However, of course, with the added element of this being a World Series event and with qualification for the Mexico City World Championships to come in 2017, September of 2017, then it does mean that you do get quite a lot of swimmers as well from broader horizons coming from all corners of the globe to compete here in Berlin to stake a claim for those championships. 550 swimmers will be going to Mexico, which sounds like a lot, but there's actually over 600 athletes expected to compete here over the next 4 days. So believe me, a lot of streamlining required between now and the autumn to see who will be competing in the 2017 World Para Swimming Championships. Brisk swim on the far side, which is lane number 9. Engin Demirali of Turkey. And alongside him in lane 7, is Alceu Jr. of Brazil, who's an SB11 swimmer, as I touched on earlier. SB11 swimmers completely blackened goggles that they wear, and you can see with the stick there, just a notification that they're coming up towards the finish there. 237 the time for Alceu Jr. He is beaten, however, to first spot for now in terms of points by Engin Demirali of Turkey, who gets 319. And how about that from Stefan Fior of Switzerland? 545. Super stuff from him. Looks like that is going to be the fastest points tally that we have seen in this heat. That's of course as long as the swimmers coming in now don't beat it, and the next 4 to come in certainly won't do, as the points tick downwards there. And if you're wondering what those points are, that is because we are swimming in the multi-class event for these Para Championships, which is different to the Olympics. In the Olympics, it would be the different classifications in their own separate races, so it would be all the S4 swimmers swimming directly against each other. That is not the case, however, in the multi-class event. It is all swimmers from different categories competing not only against each other, but particularly against the world record of their particular classification. If you've not picked it up already, believe me, you will do as the morning progresses, I am sure. One thing that you won't understand, however, is how the points are worked out, because it's through the Gompertz function. And I've tried myself at maths over the years through education, and I have to say I've never met anything quite as tricky as that to work out. Gompertz function is something that you just leave to the computer to work out to see how many points are amassed. But all you have to know is that it's about how fast the swimmers swim compared to their respective classifications world record. So in lane 2, the athlete that if he touched in now, would by far and away get the fastest and best points tally. Of course, he's got somewhere to go, however. The man in question is the Polish swimmer, Juliusz Trokimczuk, who is an SB1 swimmer, and he's only 14 years old as well. Of course, SB1 is the lowest of the categories, and the world record he is in pursuit of is Curtis Lovejoy's of the USA back in 2014 in this pool here in Berlin. And it was a time of 3:31.09 from the veteran Curtis Lovejoy. And as Juliusz Trokimczuk comes in towards the touch now, he looks as if he will be finishing in second spot in this heat. It should be around the 400 mark. He's just over 5 minutes in terms of the clock, and he should have secured here second position in this third heat. Confirmation there of the points. Just await them now. It's around the 390 mark, 394. And you can see coming up on your screen now the confirmed times there. It was pretty close at the front between Alceu Jr. and Engin Demirali. 1.36 seconds separating those two. An area record, it has to be added there by Juliusz Trokimczuk. So big, well done to him. 394 points there, but Stefan Fiora by far and away the best in that heat on 594 classification points.
Federico Molacchi, Alex Rossa, Francesco Borcaggio, Louis White, Jan Povisil und Bas Tacken. They are qualified for the A final. And for the B final, it's Robert Johnson, Vincenzo Bonni, Ucha Tomita, Tobias Pollap, Darko Duric, Jack Thomas, Jacob Leach, Alberto Abarassa, Patrick Kalinski, and Miguel Angel Trujillo.
This is heat number 4 in the pool here. Lane 0 from India is Jadhav Abhishek Babasaheb. In lane 1 from Potsdam in Germany is Paul Brandis. His teammate Emilio Eichler is in lane 2. In 3 is Mattia Scandalaro from Italy. In lane 4, representing Germany, is Anton Schmesik. In 5, from Brazil, is Eric Tabera. In 6, from Germany, is Victor Schubert. In lane 7, the last of the 5 German athletes is Hendrik Hobath. Lane 8, from Belarus, is Arthur Boris. And in 9, from Taipei, is Chiyu Shen.
And I have the final qualification for the C final. There is in Jesse Reynolds, Ioannis Kostakis, Benjamin Falston, Kevin Casali, Andrew Mullen, Jose Faustino Dominguez, Ariel Schrenk-Martinez, Patrick Kowalski, Dimitri Lee, and Benche Moksari. Substitute swimmers.
Again, a wide range of classifications in the pool here. Most of them are in the SB7 category. That's 5 in total. That is the swimmer on the near side. In lane 0, Jadhav Abhishek Babasaheb. In lane 1, Paul Brandis. He's also in the SB7 category. Lane 4 is Potsdam teammate Anton Shishmich. Is SB7, as is Victor Schubert. And in lane 7, Hendrik Alfas is also SB7. The lowest category. SB4 is Eric Tabera in lane 5.
0 representing India, Kapade Pratamesh Sambayi.
And the world record he's in pursuit of is the legendary Daniel Diaz of Brazil. 132.27 was that world record set by Diaz at the Paralympic Games in London in 2012.
Auf der Bahn 4 vom SC Potsdam, Niels Greim. Lane 5 representing Egypt, Eslam Mohamed Ali. Auf der Bahn 6 vom MFZK Schwerin, Marius Neuhoff. On lane 7 representing North
Pretty even pool at the moment.
Federico Bicelli on lane
leading the way in lane number 2 is Emilio Eichler. Again, if he touches him first, doesn't necessarily mean he's got the most points, as can be seen on that graphic there. So he'll come in around the 150 mark. 161 the points, but he's beaten by his teammate Anton Tushmich straight away. 229 there, and they're both now beaten by Eric Tabera, SB4 swimmer, on 450. And you can see with the remaining points that are on the left-hand side of your screen, he will officially take that as well. Eric Tabera, a good performance from him. Touches in with a time of 2:16.81, which surpasses his entry time as well, so he'll definitely be happy with that total of 450. Last couple of athletes coming in there as well, which concludes heat number 4. We'll await now the official results. On the screen, Emilio Eichler, almost 2 seconds clear of his German teammate there. Is in terms of fastest times, it's all about those points. And taking it, Eric Tabera, 450. Almost double that of his nearest rival, Anton Kuzmich. In the pool for Heat 5 in lane 0 from India is Kapadi Prathamesh Samhaji. In lane 1 is Francisco Salinas. In 2 is Torsten Hanel. In lane 3 is Matteo Brusca. In lane 4 is Niels Grimm. In 5 is Eslam Mohammed Ali. In 6 is Marius Neuhoff. In lane 7 is Federico Bicelli. In lane 8 is Gabriel Stankowski. And in 9 is Antonio Fantin. Well, even the wide shot there doesn't get anyone else in the shot. That's Torsten Hanel leading the way, the SB6 swimmer in lane 2. It's very strong stuff indeed. 1:28.93 the time for him. It's 10 seconds off the world record, but way ahead of the rest of the pool. She's looking a bit more bunched up there.
On lane 8, representing Croatia, David
in lane 3, the nearest of those 4 swimmers you can see in your picture now in the centre there. Matteo Brusca, SB5. Next to him is Niels Grimm, SB9. In lane 5, Eslam Mohammed Ali is SB4. And Marius Neuhoff in 6 is AB. And coming out on top out of those, it's 5:43 for Eslam Mohammed Ali. And I have to say, upon the punt, but he definitely packed a punch at the end of that heat there. And he looks as if he may come out on top overall as well. Have to see how that 5:43 compares with the time we saw come in from Torsten Hanel. Just wait for confirmation of that. So Aslan Muhammad Ali, 5.43, the points for him. Francisco Salinas on 4.72 and Matteo Brusco on 4.34 as well, leading the trio of Italians there. Torsten Harnell's time not confirmed up on the graphic, but when we get that, we will certainly get it to you as we now move on to Heat 6. A full complement in the pool for Heat 6. In lane 0 is Julian Nass. In 1 is Yanis Katertsi. In 2 is Sahari Vashilka. In 3 is Atta Afred Mukhtar. In 4 is Sami Troch. In 5 is Joao Miguel Campos. In 6, Florent Bardin. Lane 7 is Miguel Luca. In 8 is David Strubak. And in lane 9 is Sebastian Bratz.
On lane 5 representing Croatia, Karlo Gnevcevic. On line 6 representing Croatia, Ante Rada. Auf der Bahn 7 für die SG Neuss, Markus Broca.
Leading the way in lane 5 there on your screen is Joao Miguel Campos. Going along very nicely indeed. How many points can he get? 380, but look at that in lane 7 on the far side. Miguel Luga looks as if he's going along very well indeed. He's going to get over 800 points for these efforts. Well, I'll say that, just under 796. Still a tremendous effort nonetheless there from Miguel Luca of Spain. And he will undoubtedly take the best point tally from that. Worth mentioning as well, Yanis Katertsi in lane 1 gets 435 points. He'll be in second spot. And in third on 380. Here's Joao Miguel Campos.
Wir kommen zu Lauf Nummer 8, Heat Number 8 auf der Bahn 0 startet für das Berliner Schwimmteam Yannick Schröter. On Lane 1 representing Egypt, Ahmad Hashad. Auf der Bahn 2 für den PSV Stralsund, Wolfgang Unger. On Lane 3 representing Slovakia.
Not far from the halfway point in these heats for the men's 100-meter breaststroke. 18 heats in all.
On Lane 5 representing
and they're certainly getting quicker and quicker as they go on as well. In heat number 7 here, we have in lane 0 on the near side Yannick Eckhardt. In 1 is Takayuki Suzuki. In 2 is Hamino Philo. In lane 3 is Wei-Che Chang. In 4 is Tuizi Suk Samak Senito. In 5 is Carlo Nevezic. In 6 is Ante Rada. In 7 is Marcus Brockamp. In 8, Matej Priclic, who just has touched in the wall there. And in 9 is Josef Baliki. And as I say, touching in first is Matej Priclic. His time 1:35.3. He amasses 301 points there in total as well. It's not good enough to get into first spot though, managing to claim that title just now. In lane 3 is Wei-Che Chang on 501. In second spot on 494 is the Thai swimmer Tuizi Suk Samak Senito. And in third position from Croatia is Ante Rada, who touches in with a total of 431 points. So some decent swimming in that heat there. In heat number 7, we've certainly seen a lot of it so far in all the heats that we've seen this morning. We've already had the 200-meter freestyle from the men's and the women's. Had the 100-meter butterfly as well from both genders. And on to the men's 100-meter breaststroke. And still, we're yet to be disappointed here in Berlin at the International Deutsche Meisterschaften Swimming Championships 2017, live from the Europa Sports Park in the German capital. It's great to have you along with us as well, wherever you're watching in the world on the live stream. I'm Jonathan Bell, and I'll be with you for all of today and the 3 days afterwards as well. 4 days worth of competition in this 5th and final event in the World Series calendar.
And I have a disqualification, event 5, heat 6, lane number 1 is disqualified, and time of disqualification is 12:15.
In the pool here, lane 0 is Yannick Schröter. In 1 is Ahmad Hashad. In 2 is Wolfgang Unger. In 3 is Marek Sloboda. In lane 4 is Conor Giafreda. In 5 is Jose Faustino Afonso Dominguez. In 6 is Simon Prodavaric. In 7 is Andrea Masusi. In 8 is Viot Julian. And in 9 is Tor Biek. Again, a wide range of classifications and nations as well. In this one, worth watching out in lane 2 for the... Well, the word veteran gets used a lot, but I really mean veteran here. Wolfgang Unger, who is swimming along pretty decently at the moment in the sky blue cap in lane 2. That's 3 up from the bottom lane as we look there on the screen. Born in 1950. 1950, 67 years old, Wolfgang Unger. And he's still going along well as well. He's an AB athlete, if you are unsure on what that means. AB is basically swimmers that are not given a classification under IPC rules, but they are para swimmers nonetheless. Let's see how he, along with the rest of the swimmers, fare in this heat. Touching in first there is on the far side in lane 7. It's Andrea Masucci of Italy. 6.69. The Italians have done all right so far this morning in the heats. We could certainly be looking at some medals later on today. In second position from Egypt was Ahmad Hashad there in terms of points. And as we look at the confirmed times. And now the points as well. Viot Julien in third spot completes the fastest trio there. 5.42 for the Frenchman, just 2 points behind Ahmad Hashad. Just seen Wolfgang Unger just walk past my commentary position there. He's got a big smile on his face, and rightly so as well. Tremendous effort from the 67-year-old. As we now look on to our next heat, which is heat number 9.
And ladies and gentlemen,
once again a full complement in the pool for heat 9. We are now at the halfway point. I've been saying we're close to the halfway stage for the last couple of heats, but we have now reached it in this men's 100-meter breaststroke. Just to mark your card for what is still to come in this morning session. After this we have the women's 100-meter breaststroke heats, and there are 14 of those. Then we have the men's 400-meter individual medley and the women's 400 individual medley as well. After that, the men's 200-meter backstroke, followed by the women's, and we end the morning session with the mixed 4x50 individual medley. Lots to still look forward to on this first session on the first day of the International Deutsche Meisterschaften Swimming Championships here in Berlin. With me, Jonathan Bell. I hope you're well watching on the live stream. Hope you've been comfy this morning watching along. If you're not comfy, then sit down, take a seat, get a drink and enjoy the swimming that we have to entertain us over the course of not just this morning but the next 4 days as well. Lots of competition and lots of world-class para-swimmers taking to one of the fastest pools in the world. Seen 2 records already this morning, and I would guess that we'll see at least one more. Let's hope for one more before the end of the morning session. I'm confident in our swimmers that they can certainly provide that. Quickest time, or quickest points in that heat, being boasted by Georgios Safaltos of Greece on 597 points. In second spot is Ricardo Cardani there, and in third position, over towards the far side in lane 6, is Przemysław Drag from Poland. Just over 300 points for him on 301.
Bis 14 Uhr heute und auch morgen auf der Bahn 1, da ist der Günther Stelling und die Uni
coming out on top on this occasion. In lane 0 this time around is Asmunda Asmundsen. In lane number 1 is Christian Kirchner. In 2 is Antonios Pakatis. In 3 is Pascal Rensch. In 4 is Giuseppe Romella. In 5 is Omer Gulic. In lane 6 is Daniel Gavronsky. No lane 7 in this event. In 8 is Ucho Tomita. Lane 9 is Marco Maria Dolphin.
On lane 6, representing Sweden, Karl Forsman. On lane 7,
coming in towards the touch first there in lane 8 is Ucho Tomita of Japan. How many points will he get? The answer is 445. And he's just been beaten as we speak in lane 4 by Giuseppe Romella of Italy. And then he's been beaten by a tremendous score in lane 2 by Antonios Sapakatis of Greece. 798. The amount of points he's got.
And we have information.
Good score on the far side as well. 703 for Marco Maria Dolphin. You have to say, quite an apt name for a swimmer. As we look at the confirmed times there, Ucho Tomita with the fastest time of 1:31.75. But in terms of points, it's the Greek Antonios Sapakatakis on 700 and 98.
Videos zu machen. Sie müssten sich dafür bitte in unserem Pressebüro eine Genehmigung holen. Vielen Dank.
Off and underway with heat number 11 now. On the near side, lane 0 is Valentin Leon Trauber. In lane 1 is Ivan Bentz. In lane 2 is Mark Malyar. In 3 is Halil Ibrahim Arslan. In lane 4 is Luka Plemenic. In lane 5 is Ika Michael Schleicher. In 6 is Karl Forsman. Sebastian Christoph is in 7. In lane 8 is Goodfinner Carlson. And in 9, completing the pool, is Carlos Navarro Gonzalez.
Ich rufe auf den Lauf Nummer 12, Heat number 12.
Currently leading the way in lane 2, just about, is Mark Malia of Israel. On the far side as well, not going too badly at all, is Sebastian Christoph. In lane 7, Mark Malia in 2 is an SB7 swimmer, and that world record he's chasing is 1:12.5, which would have already occurred by now. That was set very impressively by Carlos Serrano Zarate back in 2016 in Rio de Janeiro, and the Israelis' effort this time around. Mark Malia amasses 657 points, leading at the end of that heat there. It's a good swim in lane 6 from Karl Forsman. 7.94 he manages to get. All the sixes in lane 1 for Ivan Bentz of Hungary. 666 there, which pushes Mark Malia down into 3rd position. Mark Malia undoubtedly getting the fastest time there on 1:25.76, almost 2 seconds ahead of Sebastian Christoph. But in terms of the points, Karl Forsman is the one who comes out on top. The SB5 swimmer from Sweden gets 794 points. 2/3 of the way through these heats in the men's 100-meter breaststroke heats. A reminder that the finals tonight will take place from 5 o'clock. Do join us just before that, though, at 4:30. We will have the medal ceremonies for the timed finals, which will be taking place towards the back end of this morning's session. The finals get underway at 5 with the 200-meter men's freestyle event. We have the A final, the B final, the C final as well, and also the junior final. So lots of positions up for grabs in all of these heats, in all of these events. However, everyone will be wanting to aim for a faster time as possible to contend for a spot in the A finals tonight. And of course, we've touched on it several times. This is the first quarter of the 4-year cycle between now and Tokyo in 2020. And the first major stop will be in Mexico City in September for those Para World Championships. What sort of form can these athletes go into those championships with? We're going to find out over the next 4 days. 7:24, the time for, the score there coming in lane 5 for Thijs van Hofwegen. He's going to be beaten though, is he? The answer is no. 6 points higher there than Anthony Pons-Bertrand. That really pushed him all the way there. In third position on the far side is the American Lucas McCrory, who gets a time of 1:33.64, which equates to classification points, which we see on the screen now. 5:27 for Lucas McCrory, and Tony Pons-Bertrand on 7:18, just behind the Netherlands swimmer Thijs van Hofwegen, who takes heat 12. Lane 0 is Guillermo Miguel Hernandez. In lane 1 is Marcel Ernst. In lane 2 is Rio Nagano. In lane 3 is Johannes Weinberg. In 4 is Ronan Nunes Cordero. In lane 5 is Jan Schreiber. In 6 is Robin Lixor. 7 is Patrick Biskup. In 8, Jacob Leach. And in 9 is Keelan Edwards. Leading the way in lane 6 is Robin Lixor of Estonia, born in 1999, the SB8 athlete. He qualified for this event with a time of 1:27.34. World record that he is chasing is Andre Kalina's, set in 1987 of 1:07.01. Sorry, set in 2008. In Beijing, in fact. And coming in towards the wall there, 577 points for Robin Lixor. That's how close he got to that world record. In second position is Jacob Leach of Great Britain on 4:55. He's now been knocked down a few pegs though, because putting his way into second position is Patrick Biskup of Poland on 550. And in third, in lane 3, is Johannes Weinberg of Germany on 487.
On lane 5, representing United States of America, David Harry Gelfand. On lane 6, representing the Club Atletico Montelibano,
Very confirmed times up on the screen. Pretty tight, as you'd expect as the heats progress, but of course it's all about those points. And Robin Lixor is the one who takes that heat on 577 classification points. Heat 14 is up next in the pool for this. We have Carlo Rakovic in lane 0. In 1 is Simon Kuli. In 2 is Ricardo Richer. In lane 3 is Tomislav Pursa. In 4 is Miroslav Smirka. In 5, David Harry Gelfand. Lane 6 is Wow Victor Benicio. Hugo Didier is in 7. In 8 is Federico Bassani. And in lane 9 is Vendel Bellamino Pereira.
Mark Malia from MPC Israel. Mark Malia from MPC Israel. Please come to the speaker's desk. Thank you.
And I have the final qualification for the youth final women's 100-meter butterfly. Lily McLeod, Zara Mololi, Danielle Harton, Gia Percolini, Marlene Endrolat, Inge Belfort, Irene Agostini, Anastasia Zekul Sylvia, Rebecca Lewis, Julia Gaffney. Substitute swimmers, Bethan Eckley.
Over the halfway point then, leading the way on the far side, lane 9 is Vendel Bellamiro Pereira, SB12 swimmer. Also in that category in lane 6 is Wow Victor Benicio, so they're directly swimming for the same world record in that SB12 category, which is held by Alexei Fedina of Ukraine back in 2014 in Eindhoven, 104.07. That time was back then. How close will they get to it here? You can see pretty similar scores there are going to be achieved, you suspect, in this heat. The best of the scores, though, being boasted in lane 8 by Federico Bassani of Italy. 5.74 the points for him. In second spot in lane 5 is David Harry Gelfand of the United States. He gets 544 points. And in third position from France is Hugo Didier on 525. Once again, the confirmed times up on the screen there. Federico Bassani taking it on 574 points. 3 more heats to go in this event. Next up is heat number 15.
Wir kommen zu Lauf Nummer 16, Heat number 16. On lane 0, representing Puglia Varese, Fabrizio Sottile. Auf der Bahn 1 vom VSG Darmstadt 1949, Daniel Simon. On lane 2, representing Spain, Ivan Salguero Oteiza. Auf der Bahn 3, on lane 3, representing Spain, Oscar Salguero Galisteo. On lane 4, representing the Netherlands, Duncan van Haren. On lane 5, representing Belarus, Ihar Boki. On lane 6, representing Fyodor, Robert Isaac Jonsson. On lane 7, representing Hungary, Thomas Todt.
So in first touching in lane 4 is Lucas Karl of Germany. 5.97 the points for him. It looked as if he was going to finish top, but look at that on the near side. Tremendous points scored there by Torben Smidski of Potsdam. 811. That is really quick stuff from him. 122.73 was his qualification time, and he certainly looked on good form there as well. .811, and he can go faster, can the German Torben Schmidtke, taking that one in heat 15. Heat 16 off and underway in lane 0 here. It's Fabrizio Sotal. In 1 is Daniel Simon. In 2 is Ivan Salguero Orteza. In 3 is Oscar Salguero Galisteo. In lane 4 is Duncan Van Haren. In 5 is Ihar Bocki. In 6 is Robert Isaac Jonsson. In 7 is Thomas Toth. In 8 is Stefan Loeffler. And in 9 is Darwin Baez Eliza. And in lane 5, Ihar Bocki, SB13 swimmer from Belarus. He's chasing the world record of 103.58 set by Alexei Fedina in Montreal in 2013. And he's also one of the swimmers to look out for in this autumn's championships as well in Mexico. Here's Ihar Bocki in lane 5, the Belarus swimmer, someone we'll probably see a lot more of as today progresses. He was the most decorated Paralympian at Rio 2016, 6 golds and a bronze as well. And let's see how many points he can get there. 758 for him in that one. Taking it in lane number 3 is Oscar Salguero Galisteo with a tremendous swim and 889 points to boot as well. In lane 4, Duncan Van Haren gets 834 with Ihar Bocki in 3rd position.
Representing the Netherlands, Tim van Duren. On lane 8, representing Azerbaijan, Murat.
Some real talent there in lane 16. In heat 16, sorry. That would be a big pull if we had a lane 16. As you can see on the screen there, it's Oscar Salguero Galisteo taking it on 889 classification points.
Und wir kommen dann zum letzten Vorlauf über diese 100 Meter Brust der Männer zum Lauf Nummer 18, Heat 18. Auf der Bahn 0 startet für den SV Halle Martin Richter. On lane 1, representing Brazil, Lucas Lamente Mosela.
In the pool this time around, lane 0, Carlos Martinez Fernandez. In 1 is Rafael Kilanovsky. In 2 is Andreas Ania. In lane 3 is James Leroux. Aaron Moores is in lane 4. In 5 is Oladzmir Izotau. In 6 is Kamil Victor Brzezalski. In 7, Tim Van Duren. Murad Habibzadeh is in 8, and in 9 is Alex Portal.
On lane 8, representing the Czech Republic, Vladimir Lavac, and on lane 9, representing Brazil, Artur Santos Pereira.
In towards the wall, they come now. Just wait for those confirmed points up on the scoreboard there. It looks like James Leroux's taking it in lane 3. 774 classification points, a time of 109.62. In second spot, Tim Van Duren in lane 7 with 730. And in fact, that was an area record there for James Leroux, the Canadian swimmer. So a big well done to him as he takes the penultimate heat. Confirmed points there up on the screen. James LaRue, area record on 774 points. Tim Van Duren in second place. And Lasmir Isatau is in third. Up next, it's the final heat of the men's 100 metre breaststroke. Again, all 10 swimmers present for this one. And again, a variety of nations and classifications as well. In lane 0, AB swimmer Martin Richka. In 1, SB9 athlete Lucas Clemente Mazzella. In lane 2, SB13 swimmer Telizo Engel. In lane 3, SB12 athlete Anwar Akhmetov. In 4 is the SB13 athlete Lars Kamarek. In lanes 5 and 6, both occupied by SB14 swimmers Mark Evers and Aramik Parmentia, respectively. In lane 7, SB13 swimmer Gerasimos Lignos. In 8, SB14 athlete Vladimir Hlavic. And in 9, SB9 swimmer Arthur Santos Pereira. Going along nicely in lane 3 is Anwar Akhmetov. As I said, SB12 swimmer. Look at that as well. Going along very well in lane 5. Mark Evers there at the Netherlands. 826 points amassed from him. Tremendous stuff. He will take the quickest time in that heat in terms of points. In second position is Anwar Akhmetov of Kazakhstan on 766. And in third there from Germany in lane 2, Telizo Engel on 702. But what a tremendous swim that was in lane 5 from Mark Evers of the Netherlands.
Women's 100 meter breaststroke heats. Inlauf 1, heat number 1. On lane 2 auf der Bahn 2 vom USV Halle Levervölgel. On lane 3 from NPC Bosnia and Herzegovina, Selma Guso. On lane 4, representing the Turkish Blind Sports Federation, Fatma Nurbaki. Lane 5, representing Ireland, Ailbie Kelly. And on lane 6, representing Georgia, Leah Chachibaya.
Athletes getting ready and prepared for the next event, which is the women's 100 metre breaststroke heats. Polling on from the men. And depending on how much you enjoyed the men's heats there, you'll either be happy or disappointed that there are just the 14 heats this time around for this event. We start with heat number 1. And in the athletes go into the pool, lane 3. Is Selma Guso from Bosnia and Herzegovina. In lane 4 from Turkey, it's Fatma Nurbaki. In 5 from Ireland is Eli Kelly. In 6 from Georgia is Leah Chachibaya. See a couple of flags at the top of the screen there, Japanese flag and the British flag as well. And just off camera right at the top of this arena on the roof are the flags of every single nation competing at these International Deutsche Meisterschaften swimming championships in Berlin. And I tell you something, there are an awful lot of flags as well dangling from the roof. So much talent, so many nations represented, and so many classifications as well taking part. Of course, this being the multi-class event. And I'm sure those of you that have been watching all morning that were originally new to the multi-class format are indeed very familiar with it now.
Ich rufe auf den Lauf Nummer 2, Heat number 2. In lane 0, representing Brazil, Rita Monica Veloso. Lane 1, representing Padova Onlus, Irene Agostini.
Lane 4, Fatma Nurbaki of Turkey is the one in the purple costume you can see there with the white cap. He was going along at a nice pace. She's an SB12 swimmer.
Für den SC Regensburg, Melina Meissner auf der Bahn 5, für den BSV Aalfeld an der Leine.
What sort of points total can she get here as she comes in now? 3.32 for the Turkish swimmer. Will that be beaten? Quite possibly. Not by Leah Chachibaya though, 293 for her. She certainly wasn't too far off. But Ailey Kelly of Ireland coming in now. It'll be short of 400, not by much though, 380, and she will take the highest points tally from that heat. 186 points as well for Selma Gusso. Just waiting for Lena Vulkel to come in as well.
So, wenn ihr Lena Völkel jetzt hier noch ein bisschen anfeuern werdet, wäre das natürlich total toll. Junge Dame, die hier noch
Will it be over 150 points? You would suspect so.
Aus Halle an der Saale, also helft ihr, Heimat von Paul Biedermann.
Going to be very close to the 150 mark.
Und die Lena Völkel
in towards the wall now though. And it might be bang on. 156 for the German there, Lena Vulkel, and that completes the first heat. So heat 2 on the horizon, and in lane 0 here's the Brazilian Rita Monica Veloso. In lane 1 is Irene Agostini. In 2 is Ana Branca Sampaio. In 3 is Ruviada Arslantes. In 4 is Melina Meissner. In 5 is Hannah-Laure Kukmuk. In 6 is Elif Aldem. In lane 7 is Christina Ziegler. In 8 is Maria Karikidu, and in 9 is Isabel Marie Goglin. Close up there of Melina Meissner. In lane 4 with the pink cap. An SB7 swimmer. One of 4 Germans in the pool for this heat. And Melina Meissner, as well as the other SB7 swimmers, Hannah-Laure Kukmuk in 5 and Maria Karikidu in 8, as well as Rita Monica Veloso on the near side as well in lane 0. And Ana Branca Sampaio in lane 2 is also an SB7 swimmer. They're chasing the world record for the women's 100 metre breaststroke, which currently stands at 128.13, set by Elizabeth Marks in Rio de Janeiro in the Paralympic Games of 2016. Leading the way at the halfway point, Ruviada Arslantes, SB9 swimmer. The SB9 world record, incidentally, set by Lisa Kruger of the Netherlands. Again, in the Rio Paralympic Games last year, 1:15.47 was that world record, which was incredibly fast. How will Ruviada Arslantes get in comparison to that?
Number 3, heat number 3. On lane 0, representing Egypt, Malak Abdel Shafi. Auf der Bahn 1 für den SV Cannstatt von 1898, Svenja Erni. Auf der Bahn 2 für das Berliner Schwimmteam Abelina Hartmann. Auf der Bahn 3 für die TSG Balingen Gudrun Lange. On lane 4 representing Pavia Nuoto Giulia Bellingeri. Auf der Bahn 5 für den TV 08 Baumbach Ronja Zierold. Auf der Bahn 6 für den VfL Wolfsburg Penelope Westhusen. Auf der Bahn 7 für den VfL Wolfsburg Eileen Reinstein. Auf der Bahn 8 für den SC Potsdam Kimberly Draber. And on lane 9 representing Warsaw
Traviata Arslantas does touch in first with a time of 2 minutes 5 seconds. 0.96, which means she gets 212 points. On the far side, Isabel Marie Goglin on 147 points. Currently sits in third. That's because Maria Krarikadu is now on 225 and in fact makes her way to the top of the ladder, and she's joint first with Irene Agostini of Italy, who now touches in with a time of 250.3. As the rest of the athletes come in now. Will anyone topple the top two there? Joined at the hip right at the top of the tree. Irene Agostini in lane 1. And also in lane 8, Maria Krarikadu. Coming in now, and definitely looking as if she's on course to toppling those two in lane 7. Here's Christina Ziegler. It's going to be just below 400 this. 395, and she does take indeed the best point score in that heat.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Heat 3 underway here. And in lane 0, SB4 swimmer Malak Abdel Shafi. In lane 1, SB8 swimmer Savenya Ernie. In lane 2, SB9 athlete Abelina Hartmann. In 3 is one of 2 AB swimmers in the pool here, and I said earlier on, I think it was in a men's race, where I said that we've got two AB swimmers that are at completely different ends of the age spectrum. Well, we've took it a whole new notch here, because in lane 3 is Gudrun Langer, born in 1942. That's absolutely incredible. AB swimmer there in lane 3. In lane 4 is Giulia Bellinghieri. He's already got one world record today. Will she get another one? SB7 swimmer. In lane 5, SB9 athlete is Ronja Zerold. In lane 6, the second of the AB swimmers. So Gudrun Lang in lane 3, born in 1942, and Penelope Westhuizen, born in 2007. Just the 65-year age difference there between the two. In lane 7 is Aileen Reinstein. She's an SB6 swimmer. In lane 8 is Kimberly Drauber, SB14 swimmer. And in lane 9 is Julia Sadkowska, SB4 swimmer. So the first to touch in there is Kimberly Drauber on 170 points. And that is quickly beaten in lane 1 by Svenja Erni on 201. And then down the centre, lane 4, Giulia Bellinghieri on 326. And it looks like the closest rival to that, in fact, on the near side, Malak Abdel Shafi, 514 from the Egyptian. On the far side, Julia Sadkowska won't get close to that, but she will get second, 382 there for the Polish swimmer. And let's have a look at how those confirmed times shape up. So Kimberly Drauber leading the German front four there in terms of quickest time, but the points takes up a different story. Taking it is Malak Abdel Shafi of Egypt. 514 points for her. Julia Sadkowska in second on 382, and Julia Bellinghieri on 326 finishes in third and completes the fastest trio.
And I have a disqualification. He went 6, heat 2, lane 1. It's a disqualification 3 point, 4.3 point, and time is 1 o'clock.
Lane 0 then is Maria Sakona of Greece, SB5 athlete. In lane 1 from Japan is SB8 swimmer Akari Fujiwara. In lane 2, also an SB8 swimmer, but this time from Germany, is Mira Jan-Mark. In 3, AB athlete Mari Bodin. In 4, from Croatia, is Anna Majsek. In lane 5, SB6 athlete from Japan, Sakura Koike. In 6, from Sweden, SB6 swimmer Ida Anderson-Wolf. In 7, SB8 athlete Anika Lekon. Laura Mayhew is an SB6 swimmer from France and is in lane 8. And in lane 9, completing the pool, also an SB6 swimmer, this time from Germany, is Yasmin Butler. And you can see on your screen there the pool at the moment taking like an arrow shape, a bit of a pyramid shape, which signifies that the swimmers in the pool are going to the form that is suggested on paper with the entry times, and that is definitely the case with Anna Majsek in lane 4 of Croatia. 2:05.47 was her entry time. That was 300ths of a second quicker than that of Sakura Koike, just to her right hand side in lane number 5. But there doesn't seem to be much doubt here as to who will get the first touch. Of course, all about the points And in towards the wall they come now. 286 for Anna Majcek. It's not enough, though, to stop Sakura Koike of Japan getting to the top of the tree. 507, the points for her. In second place there on 433. You can see in lane 6 is Ida Anderson-Wolf. And in third position, and it looks as if it will be Maria Sakona of Greece on the near side with 415. You'll see at the start of this one, and there are a couple of athletes, lane 7 and in lane 8, that will be aided by the stick with the ball at the end, as it looks like, which is used to indicate to the SB11 swimmers when they are coming towards the end of their 50 metres. SB11 swimmers, no matter how visually impaired they all are on the same level with the blackened goggles. And the two representatives in that category here. Lane 7 from India is Kanchanamala Panda. And in 8 from Lithuania is Brigitte Nomantate. The rest of the pool looks like this. In lane 0, SB7 athlete Mirza Sop. Also in that category is Judith Rollo Marichal. She's in lane 1. In lanes 2 and 3, it's a double dose of SB6 athletes Nil Sahin and Katerina Hruzla. In lane 4 is AB swimmer Lisa Balov. In 5, SB4 athlete, and in the lowest category of these swimmers, Natalia Chavel. In 6, SB14 athlete Franziska Mishka. We mentioned the two swimmers there. In lanes 7 and 8, the SB11 athletes. And in 9, SB7 swimmer is Dorothea Baka.
In lane 0,
leading the way in lane 1 is Judith Rollo Marichal.
In lane 1,
and qualified with an entry time of 2:03.5. Your record is 1:28.13 for SB7. She's not going to be a million miles away here. She comes in towards the wall. It will be over 500 points. Exactly how many points it is, though, we will now find out. In towards the wall comes Judith Rollo Marichal, and it's 523 for the Spaniard. And then a couple touching in now. 505 going for Katerina Hruzla. In third position. In fact, we've got a new first position there down the centre in lane 5. Natalia Chavel of Belarus, 688. And that looks as if it will be enough to take that fifth heat. So Chavel in first spot. In second place in lane 1 is Marichal. And in third position is Hruzla. very close towards the halfway point of these women's 100-metre breaststroke heats. We're on to heat 6. And in the pool here, lane 0 is Anna Castro. In 1 is Rusi Teresa Gore. In lane 2 is Thelma Bjorg Bjorn Studder. In 3 is Alicia Vus. On lane 4 is Grace Harvey. Danielle Kisser is in lane 5. In 6 is Julia Schiaretti. In 7 is Nella Sorgatz. Peggy Sontag is in 8. And in lane 9 is Letizia Lee Lehe.
Ich rufe auf den Lauf Nummer 7, Heat Number 7, on lane 0, representing Croatia, Paula Novina. Auf der Bahn 1 für MSZK Schwerin, Lara Bading. On lane 2, representing the United States of America.
First in there in lane 5 is Danielle Kisser of Canada on 661 points, but that looks as if it's going to be toppled by Rusi Teresa Go in lane 1, and the Singapore swimmer gets it by 7 points as well. 668. In second is Danielle Kisser, and in third position in lane 2 is Thelma Bjorg Bjorn Stottia. Next up, Heat 7. We are now at the halfway point of these women's 100-metre breaststroke heats. Don't forget, the finals coming up tonight from 5 o'clock for all of the events that we have seen so far this morning. And there's certainly some appetising contests in there as well. Some really world-class swimming on the horizon, I am sure. We've got A finals, B finals, C finals and junior finals as well. Just a reminder that the A finals consists of the top 10 fastest qualifiers from this morning in terms of the points, of course. Remember, this is the multi-class event. And the B final is the next 10 best scoring from the heats. And the C final, you guessed it, it's the 21st to 30th best qualifiers from the heats this morning.
Martin Pisang from Estonia, please come to the announcer's desk. Martin Pisang.
Full complement in the pool for this 7th heat. Paula Novina is in lane 0. In 1 is Laura Bading. Hayala Lettenberger is in 2. In 3 is Laura Steinzer-Dottir. In 4 is Nicole Turner. Marlene Bank is in 5. Rakatar, lane 6. Tatiana Blatenranova is in 7. Verena Schott is in 8. Completing the pool on the far side in lane 9 is Ariana Talamona. Again, a wide range of categories in this one. SB5 swimmer Verena Schott in lane 8. In the black cap, second to the far side, is in the lowest category, SB5. In the highest category is Laura Steinsensdottir in lane 3, SB14 swimmer. So certainly lots to keep an eye out for, as ever in these multi-class events. There's so many permutations as to who takes what when it comes to the multi-class, and that's what makes it so fascinating. Lane 6 here, Rakatar will get the fastest time, and 432 points as well for the Hungarian. Will that be beat, and who by? The answer is yes, coming in lane number 8 on the far side there. Verena Schopp of Germany, 6.92 for her, just pipping the Irish swimmer Nicole Turner to it. He finishes on 6.81, and in third position in lane 2 is Asjala Lettenberger of the United States of America, finishing on 618.
Ja, und aus deutscher Sicht haben wir hier nochmal was ganz Erfreuliches eben. Die Verena Schott, die hat es eben schon wieder geschafft, die WM-Norm für Mexiko zu unterbieten. Also mal ein Riesenapplaus.
Verena Schott there taking it on 692 points as we now look ahead to the 8th heat. Surpassed the halfway point of this heat. Let's have a look who takes the pool. In lane 0 is Pierre-Sophie Huppertz. In 1 is Martina Schriksvinak. In 2 is Gina Marie Hofer. In 3 is Ravathi Nayaka Manjanatha. In 4 is Leonie Schultz. Camille Berube is in lane 5. In 6 is Sarah Louise Rung. Lane 7 is Katerina Tudor. Lucy Etienne is in lane 8. And in 9 is Bethan Eckley. First touch looks as if it's going to come in the shape of lane 7 and Katerina Tudor. But just keep an eye on lane 6. How about this from Sarah Louise Rung of Norway? Are we going to get a new world record here? She comes in towards the wall, and the SB4 swimmer gets 962. The previous record in the SB4 category was 143.87. And she's very close to that indeed. She gets 145.9. Almost a new world record there from Sarah Louise Rung. Seems like the Norwegian will definitely be in one of the finals tonight, probably the final, with a performance like that. And therefore, she'll have another crack at it to try and get the world record. Sarah Louise Rung, superb performance from the Norwegian. The SB4 swimmer chasing her own world record as well of 01:43.87, which was set back in Norway in 2014. And let's see later on if she can defeat that world record. Tremendous effort from Sarah Louise Rung. Line 0 on the near side from Great Britain is SB6 swimmer Maisie Summers-Newton. In lane 1 is Sophie Kirch. In lane 2, AB swimmer from Belarus, Daria Valakanovic. In lane 3 from the Czech Republic is SB8 swimmer Katerina Komakova. In lane 4, AB swimmer from Germany, Pauline Opitz. In 5 from Lithuania, SB13 athlete Kristina Marciate. In 6, and completing starting a trio of SB14 swimmers is the Austrian Jaina Falk. In 7, Czech Republic's Adela Mikova, and in 8, completing those 3 of SB14 swimmers from Italy is Katrina Oberhauser, and Laura Pankia is in 9. She is an AB swimmer. So, on the near side, it's Maisie Summers-Newton with 844, who absolutely storms to victory in that heat. Superb performance from the Brit. In second spot is Katerina Komakova of the Czech Republic on 450, and in third position in lane 6 is Jaina Falk on 373, but it's Maisie Summers-Newton with that time of 137.35. She was chasing the world record of 134.95, and it means she gets that very impressive tally of 844, well ahead of the rest of the pool. Katerina Komakova in second, and Jaina Falk in third. So next stop is Heat 10. And we're starting to see more and more of the higher classifications in the pool here. Lane 0 from Italy is SB13 swimmer Camilla Luskri. In lane 1 in that same category from the Netherlands is San Hoffman. In 2 from Poland is Susanna Borysfeska. In lane 3, SB13 athlete Marlene Endralath. In 4, also in that category is Camilla Agard, and Sophie Jinwensoon in lane 5 is also an SB13 athlete. In lane 6, AB swimmer is Jessica Bloom. In 7, SB9 swimmer Julia Benito de Tena. In 8, SB7 athlete is Tess Routliffe. And in 9, SB8 athlete is Camilla Haas-Quiros. And the observant of you will have noticed that we in fact don't have a lane 2 unfortunately in this event. But nonetheless, we certainly have a lane 3, and that's Marlene Endralath, who is the S13 swimmer, and she leads the 3, or sorry, should I say 5 SB13 representatives we have in the pool, and they are the nearest 5 to the screen, so they are all directly competing against each other, like you would see perhaps in a Paralympic race. They are all in the same classification, and it's a straight shootout between those 5 in terms of how they compare and fare to the rest of the pool. It's all down to the points rather than the time. Told you, get used to it by now. Coming in towards the wall now, and it's 536 for Marlene Endralath of Germany. She takes it for now. Will that be beaten? The answer is a very firm yes, and it comes courtesy of Tess Routliffe on the far side. 733 from the Canadian, and that spells out success for her in this heat. In second position is Marlene Endralath, 129.14 her time there, when she gets 536 points, which is 24 points ahead of Camilla Haas-Quiros, who finishes up in third. certainly getting through these heats at a decent rate of knots at the moment. On to heat number 11 now of the women's 100 metre breaststroke. Again, no lane 2 in this one. Seems to be a bit of a poison chalice at the moment, that lane 2. And the rest of the pool looks like this. In lane 0 is SB8 athlete Nuria Marcos Soto. Laura Martens Christian is next to her in lane 1, in the same category as well. In lane 3, AB swimmer is Jacqueline Herveg. And if you weren't with us earlier on and you don't know what the AB athletes mean, when I say that, it basically is an athlete who is not recognised by the IPC, is actually fitting in a particular classification such as SB14 or SB10, but still they are a para-athlete and therefore go under the AB tag. Lane 4, SB11 swimmer is Matilda Estefania Alcazar Figueroa. In 5, SB14 athlete Amber van der Roek. In 6, from Greece, is SB8 swimmer Ethema Gukli. In 7, SB14 athlete Catalina Gans. Raka Huita is in lane 8 and is the SB9 category. And Dana Shandibinia of Azerbaijan is in the SB12. She completes the pool, currently completing that heat there with the fastest time so far in lane number 6 is Ethema Gukli, SB8 swimmer, 575. The total points coming from that. In second position on the near side, it's a good performance from the two on the near side there. Nuria Marcos Soto on 534, and then following her closely behind in 1 is Laura Martens Christiansen. And that completes your front 3. Let's have a look at the confirmed results for that then. Katarina Gans with the quickest time, 1:29.44. In terms of time, it was only 0.15 seconds ahead of Amber van der Kroek. But when it comes up to the points, it really shakes things up, doesn't it? That shows you exactly what multi-class is all about, because Ethema Gukli, in comparison to her respective world record, is the one who comes out on top with the points.
And ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 disqualifications. It's event 6, heat 9, lane 1. It's IPC rule 3.4.2 and time is 25 minutes past 1. And event 6, heat 10, lane 6. IPC rule 3.4.1.
Just joining us on the live stream, a very good afternoon, very good morning, a very good evening, wherever you are in the world watching this stream. Thank you very much for joining us here live at the Europa Sports Park in Berlin, the German capital, of course, playing host to the Internationale Deutsche Meisterschaften Swimming Championship 2016, the 5th and final event on the World Series calendar. We've had some fantastic events so far in the likes of Copenhagen, Sheffield, Indianapolis and Sao Paulo, but now we're ending things in Germany as these swimmers take part in their final competitive bit of action before the World Championships later on this year in Mexico City at the end of September. And certainly going into that very well indeed. Lane 5, look at that, 870. The points there for Carolina Palandritou of Cyprus. Very good going indeed, and that will be the highest points tally at the end of Heat 12. In second position in Lane 3 is Anastasia Zuzilava on 795, and in third position Ellen Keane. Just looking at there at the confirmed times and the points as well now. That's what really matters. Carolina Palandritou on 870, Anastasia Zuzilava in second on 795, and just 40 points behind is Ellen Keane of the Republic of Ireland. Can see there as well how the classifications are a bit higher up now. These are the lesser unable swimmers that we have seen in this event. We are expecting quicker and quicker times as the heats progress. But of course, just because these swimmers are pretty quick compared to the previous swimmers we've seen in the heats doesn't mean they're going to get more points than them. It's the points that make sure you seal your place in the finals tonight. Coming up towards the halfway point in this penultimate heat, and in the pool in lane 0 is Thori Isafold Magnusdottir. In lane 1 is Alexandria Slavovskaya. In lane 2 is Beatrice Kinero. In 3 is Emily Teller. In 4 is Rebecca Redfern. In lane 5 is Chantal Gilleveld. In 6 is Danielle Hartin. In 7 is Kim Cinder. In 8 is Emmeline Pierre. And in 9 is Carla de Bortoli.
Bethany Firth. On lane 5 representing the Netherlands, Lisa Kruger. On lane 6
definitely offers a more even complexion when you have the
on lane 7 representing
higher classifications in these later heats.
The Japan Para Swim, Mai Ichinose.
And that's why it's so close at the front. However, not necessarily as close with the points. Taking that one in lane 5 is Chantal Gilleveld on 880. Impressive from the Dutch athlete. In second position, in lane 4, Rebecca Redfern of Great Britain, who incidentally took the fastest time there on 118.23, but that doesn't always equate to the fastest points. As you can see there, Emily Teller finishes with the third highest amount of points on 727.
And once more again, I'm missing Martin Pisang from Estonia. Martin Pisang from Estonia, please come to the announcer's desk.
Well, if you're a fan of British para swimming, then this is certainly the heat for you, because there's quite a few big names in this one in terms of British athletes. As you can see there, Abby Kane in lane 0. In lane 4 is Bethany Firth, and in 6 is Louise Fidz.
And I have
elsewhere in the pool as well, in lane 1 from the Netherlands is Lisette Brunsma, who we touched on earlier, and I may have got my wires crossed in terms of Dutch athletes with the first name Lisette, but I've certainly got it right now. And of course, Lisette Brunsma in lane 1, we'll see her in quite a few events over the course of this weekend, and she certainly is one of the hottest young para athletes on the planet at the moment. 18 world records in the last 3 years. She is massively decorated after the last World Championships, the last European Championships in Funchal, after 5 medals, including 3 golds. And after the Paralympic Games, we got an extra 2 golds and 3 more medals as well. She's certainly one of the favourites to really reign home large in the Mexico City World Championship Para Games in the autumn. There are a plethora of big names in this one. Who's going to get the highest points? Could we get any potential records here? 988 being recorded in lane 5 by Lisa Kruger. Will anyone improve on that? That is a monstrous time. In second position, Louise Fidz. Well, she was in second position on 790. She's been pipped to it there by Lisette Brunsma, the girl we were just talking about. 831. She settles for second. But 988 for Louisa Kruger of the Netherlands. The world record as well that she was chasing. and she's 0.04 of a second off it as well. Unbelievable. Lisa Kruger there with the confirmed times up on the screen. Just 0.04 of a second off her own world record, which she set at the Paralympic Games in Brazil in 2016. And she almost certainly will look to build on that in the finals tonight. It's pretty frightening that you can put that sort of time in the heats. What will she do in the finals later on? We will find out. Believe you me, on the live stream in the evening. We begin at 4:30 local time here in Berlin with the medal ceremonies from some of the timed finals that we'll see later on this afternoon. And then the finals themselves get started at 5 o'clock local time. Make sure you do join us for that here on the live stream on day one of the International Deutsche Meisterschaften Swimming Championships 2017 here in Berlin. Up next is the men's 400 metre individual medley, and for this one we have 2 heats, but the second one will be a timed final, which means that these swimmers won't be put through this gruelling event twice. The organisers of this, pretty kind fellows, and therefore they would never want to put these athletes through probably the hardest event at these Para Championships here in Berlin. They only have to swim it once, do the best time they possibly can, and see how many points that can equate to and how high they can get on the leaderboard. Of course, with your regular individual medley as well, it's always fascinating to see which athlete favours which stroke. Obviously, each athlete has their own preferred stroke when they do this event, and it really is interesting to see who pulls ahead on which leg and how the final complexion looks by the end of the fourth and final leg. And of course, in multi-class, it's even more spread out as well because of the different classifications, because of the different impairments. These athletes will be accustomed to one stroke more than another. Of course, earlier on in the 200-metre freestyle heats, particularly in the early stages with the lower classifications, you saw swimmers doing the freestyle on their backs or maybe doing the butterfly due to their impairment. And I'm sure it's something, maybe not in this one because there's less of a variety of classification, but particularly in the time final, we may see some really unique and different ways of swimming the individual medley. And just because one athlete is far behind at the halfway stage does not mean that they are out of the picture when it comes to the freestyle leg and the final 100 metres. We're in the pool here then in lane 3 from Turkey is SM12 swimmer Mustafa Aslan. In lane 4 from France is Viot Julien. And in lane 5 is Josta Ingvarsson. The latter two there, both in the SM6 category. So they both should be pretty similar with each other as they are on the screen, as you can see at the moment.
Und wir wollen dann die Staffelschwimmer aus Mecklenburg-Vorpommern bitten, doch ihre Meldung abzugeben. Die Staffelschwimmer aus Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, bitte gebt doch eure Meldungen für die Staffeln ab. Vielen Dank.
Well, such is the rarity of SM6 swimmers taking part in this event. It's actually not being classified as there being an SM6 world record for this, which is greater testament to that man on your screen there, Viot Julien, and also the other SM6 swimmer as well, Josta Ingvarsson. In terms of the SM12 category, which Mustafa Aslan is completing in lane 3, the world record for that is 4:46.81. It was set here in Berlin in 2011 at the European Championships. Of course, this facility, as outstanding as it is, has certainly seen its fair share of international competitions, and the pinnacle of that was probably in 2011 with those European Games. It certainly is a wonderful facility to come and to be host to the International Deutsche Meisterschaften Swimming Championships here in 2017. Going to the dying embers of the freestyle leg. And you can see they're leading the way in lane 3. Is Mustafa Aslan. Which is in on 6:47.93, which is 323 classification points. Ingvarsson on 768. How about that? 6:16.53 his time. Which is tremendous stuff indeed.
Wir kommen zum Lauf Nummer 2, Heat Number 2. In Lane 0 representing Askota Chemnitz vom BVF Askota Chemnitz, Nico Clemens. Auf der Bahn 1 vom BV Leipzig, Max Gehlhaar. On Lane 2 representing Teneriffa,
So in lanes 4 and 5, Viot Julian and Hoyster Ingvarsson have both completed this heat. We just need to await the confirmed time of the Frenchman Viot Julian. But coming in now is Mustafa Aslan. How many points can he get? In towards the wall he comes.
On lane 6 representing Aserbaidschan, Shamil Shahov. Auf Bahn 7 für das Berliner Schwimmteam Felix Uli Fichtelmann, and on lane 8 representing
Gonna get confirmation of those times there. And there you go. Lane 5 is for Ingvarsson on 412. He takes that one. In second spot is Mustafa Aslan in lane 3. And we just need to get the confirmed time of Viot Julian. So up next is the timed final for the 400-metre individual medley, and this is going to be a very fascinating one indeed. This is where medals are won and lost. Nine athletes taking part in this one. So, as I said earlier, there are a vast plethora of classifications in this one. Definitely lots of permutations to look out for, which certainly keeps me on my toes when I'm looking through the results here. So in lane 0, on the near side is Nico Clemens, SM8 swimmer. In lane 1, is Max Gelhar, who is an SM7 athlete. In lane 2, SM9 athlete is Guillermo Miguel Hernandez. In lane 3, SM10 swimmer is Jacobo Garrido Brun. In 4, from Brazil, is SM14 swimmer Felipe Villarreal. In 5, SM11 athlete, and incidentally, the oldest swimmer in this event, Ucho Tomita from Japan. In 6, from Azerbaijan, is SM12 swimmer Shamil Shahov. In 7 and 8, the two SM9 swimmers are Felix Uli Fischeltmann of Berlin and Matthew Torres of the United States of America. Let's just contextualise things a wee bit and try and see which records each athlete looking to chase down in order to get the highest amount of classification points as possible. The SM7 doesn't have a recorded world record, but the SM8 category, which Nico Clemens on the near side in lane 0, just off screen at the moment, is competing in, it's a record of 5:20.11. That was set by Peter Leake of Sydney in 2007 in his home country, and it's still not been beaten by any SM8 athlete. In terms of SM9, there are 3 swimmers in that. In lane 2, Guillermo Miguel Hernandez, Felix Uli Fischeltmann in 7, and Matthew Torres in 8. They are chasing the record set by Timothy Hodge of Australia in 2016. In this pool in Berlin, this time last year, that was a time of 5:03.05. In terms of SM10, just Jacobo Garrido Brun in lane 3 competing in that classification. Ian Silverman boasts the world record there, 4:53.24, which was done in 2014 in his home country of the USA. SM11 record is held by John Morgan of the USA. It was done in Barcelona in 1992. It's still not been beaten. Can Ucho Tomita in lane 5 beat that one there in the SM11 category. That long-standing record there of 25 years set by John Morgan, 5:04.31. He'll certainly have his eye on that one, will Yucho Tomita. Shamil Shahov of Azerbaijan is in the SM12 categories, the only swimmer that represents that classification. And the record that he is chasing down is Enrique Floriano of Spain. That was done here in Berlin again, 2011, for 46.81 was the time. And in the SM14 category, Tayuga Sogawara of Japan in earlier on this year, in fact, the 11th of June in his home country, Yokohama in Japan. Got a time just over 5 minutes. It was 5:0.35. So, hope you had a pen and paper, being able to write down all of that. As I said, lots of permutations with the multi-class event, but that's what makes it so exciting. You can watch this, and you really are involved. You could watch Olympic swimming, sit back, whoever touches the wall first, you know they've won. Pretty boring, but with this, you know that when they touch the wall, they have not necessarily won the race. Fascinating stuff, and in this time final, where medals are at stake, it's the same here as well. So, we're coming towards the wall now. First one to come in lane 3 will be Jacopo Garrido Brunt. We said he's looking at the world record of 4:53.24. He gets 669 classification points there. Will he be ousted by the man next to him, Felipe Villarreal? The answer is no. 655. The points there for the Brazilian. Next to come in lane 6 is Shamil Shahov of Azerbaijan. 615 sees him slip into 3rd position, and it looks doubtful that he'll manage to get a place on the podium here. Next in, this is a good one, 713 for Yucho Tomita. Well, that long-standing record of John Morgan in 1992 still stands, but that point score of 713 could be good enough for gold here. But having something to say about that is Max Gelhardt, the German. 731 in his home pool here in Germany. He swims for Leipzig, which is at the south of the country, but up in the northeast of Germany. He manages to really romp home. 731, and that should be good enough for gold. We look there at the results of that one. Jacopo Garrido Brunt with the fastest time by over 6 seconds. Very convincing stuff, but when it shapes up with the points, Max Gelhardt is the man who takes first position. Yucho Tomita in second. Jacopo Garrido Brunt completes the fastest trio there. And that is the men's 400-meter individual medley, and that was gripping. Next up is the women's version. The women's 400-meter individual medley. Only the one heat for this one, so we go straight into a final. 6 swimmers taking part in this. Will it match the fascination we've just seen there in the men's event?
Ja, und meine Damen und Herren, hier jetzt in diesem Rennen sehr unterschiedlich die Voraussetzungen von Startklasse SM9, also relativ schnell, bis SM6. Das ist die Dame Fanny Illis aus Ungarn. Sie war 3-mal auf der Bahn 2, sie war 3-mal bereits bei den Paralympischen Spielen dabei, also 2008, 2012 und 2016. Hat hier eine Zeit von 7 Minuten 51 zu Buche stehen. Sie braucht also am Ende sicherlich am allermeisten
Time to get our teeth into this one then, the women's 400 metre individual medley time final. And this is going to be a wonderful contest. I can just feel that maybe we might get our third world record of the morning in this one. Don't want to big these swimmers up too much, don't want to put too much pressure on them, but I'm sure they already do that for themselves anyway. In the pool for this one, lane 2 is SM6 swimmer from Hungary, Fanny Isles. In lane 3, AB swimmer Jacqueline Herveg. In lane 4, Great Britain's Jessica Jane Applegate, SM14 swimmer and also record holder in her classification. She set it in Sheffield in 2015. What can she muster here? That was 5 minutes 15.25 that day. We'll be looking to beat that now. Tony Shaw is in lane 5, Great British teammate with Jessica Jane Applegate, is an SM9 swimmer. Also an SM9 swimmer in lane 6 from Denmark is Laura Martens Christensen, and in 7 from Turkey is SM12 swimmer Fatma Nurbaki. So just like I did in the men's, let's have a run through the different classification world records for this. No official one for the SM6 event. In terms of SM9, which Tony Shaw in lane 5 and Laura Martens Christensen in lane 6 are taking part in, the world record for that was set by Amy Maron of Team GB in 2014. Again here in Berlin, 5:23.91 was the world record time. Those two looking to break that here today in the same pool. In the SM12 category, Fatma Nurbaki will be eyeing up the world record set by Trisha Zorn of the USA in 1990. Thought 1992 was a long time ago. Well, 1990 even further. 5:29.62. That was set in Strassen in the Netherlands. And of course, we touched on Jessica Jane Applegate and how she set her own world record back in 2015 at Ponsforge in Sheffield with a time of 5:15.25.
Dimitrios Karipidis, lane 3, representing Hungary, Gergo Bognar. On Lane 4 auf der Bahn 4 für den PSV Stralsund, Sebastian Breetz auf der Bahn 5 für MFZK.
Jessica Jane Applegate there, the only swimmer making her way from right to left on your screen, and that is because she's on the way to completing this third leg here. Of course, it is difficult when you do the multi-class event for these swimmers because they're racing against a clock rather than other athletes in the pool with them. That's particularly the case with Jessica Jane Applegate here. She may be out in front and she may be doing very well indeed, but there's no one physically in the pool with her to push her all the way. She just knows in her head that if she goes as fast as she knows she can, then she can clinch a world record here and get a high enough points total to take gold in this event. There on your screen is Fanny Isles of Hungary, SM6 swimmer. The oldest swimmer in the pool here as well, born in 1992. And on the far side there is Fatma Nurbaki of Turkey, SM12 swimmer, and eyeing up that long-standing record from Trisha Zorn of 5:29.62. Certainly easier said than done that, but I'm sure she'll give it as good a go as she's got to get close to that 1,000 point mark. Right then, Jessica Jane Applegate on the way to home here. 5:15.25 is the time she's looking to beat as she now bears down on home. Can the Team GB swimmer manage to beat it? In towards the wall she comes, and it's a new world record from Jessica Jane Applegate, the Team GB athlete, absolutely smashing things here in Berlin. This pool is quick, and a swimmer like Jessica Jane Applegate is exactly the sort of athlete you need to prove it. She's one of the best in the world in the SM14 category, and she's proven it there with a world record of her own, beating the one she set in Sheffield back in 2015. 789 classification points for her, but the world record as well. Amazing stuff from the Team GB athlete. And I think Christian will be able to grab a word with her in a few moments as well. I'm sure she's absolutely breathless after that.
So, und wir feuern jetzt hier noch alle anderen erstmal an. Die Jessica Applegate, sie ist hier noch ein bisschen am Durchschnaufen, hatte nicht gedacht, dass sie so schnell wäre. Das hat sie mir schon mal verraten. Feuert aber jetzt hier die anderen nochmal an. Mit ins Ziel kommend hier. Ich hatte Ihnen gesagt, meine Damen und Herren, auch unsere Ungarin hier, die dreifache paralympische Schwimmerin, seit 2008 immer dabei gewesen, kommt jetzt langsam aber sicher, muss dann aber leider nochmal durch. Also,
hear from Jessica Jane Applegate in a few moments' time. I think she's still trying to get her breath back. Also, going along very nicely there in lane 5 was fellow British swimmer Tony Shaw, who was the youngest in this event by quite some distance, only 14 years of age, and she is just 9 points behind Jessica Jane Applegate with 780 points. We can hear from Jessica Jane Applegate now.
It's a good preparation for the World Championships.
I love the Berlin pool. I tend to swim well here. I love the environment that Germany provides. And I broke this world record last year, so I was really tired going into this, so it was quite a surprise, so I'm really happy with it.
Also sie hat gesagt, sie liebt Berlin, kommt hier immer wieder gerne her und hat ja schon mal hier einen Weltrekord erzielt. Euren großen Applaus bitte nochmal für Jessica Applegate.
Fantastic stuff from Jessica Jane Applegate there. And she was saying that she loves to swim in this pool. And that is because of its reputation of being so fast. And she certainly epitomises speed in water and does so there
Swimmer did not comply with
as well.
IPC swimming rule number 3.3.5. It's 2 o'clock.
Just one remaining athlete coming in. This is the SM6 swimmer Fanny Isles of Hungary. It was saying it difficult for Jessica Jane Applegate, racing against the clock rather than other people. Well, Fanny Isles doesn't really know what sort of time she's actually racing against. No official world record for the SM6 category. 7:51 on the dot was her entry time. She won't beat that, but nonetheless, it's another bit of experience for Fanny Isles there. 491 her points. And she makes sure she finishes 5th rather than 6th. But finishing first, getting gold, Jessica Jane Applegate with a world record time of 5:13.91. So Britain 1-2. Tony Shaw finishing in 2nd. Jacqueline Herwig of Germany touches in 3rd, but gets 4th position overall because Laura Martins Christiansen has 566 classification points, but nobody will be stopping that front two there of Jessica Jane Applegate and Tony Shaw. Big congratulations to Jessica Jane Applegate. I said before the race, I'm not going to be a Mystic Meg about this, but I had a feeling that something special might happen in that final, and it certainly did. Supplied by Jessica Jane Applegate. That's world record number 3. What more can be mustered up? We'll have to wait and find out. Coming up next in the pool, we have the men's 200 metre backstroke. For this, there are 4 heats. First heat of 4, well off and underway here. In lane 1 from Turkey is Halil Ibrahim Arslan, S12 swimmer. In lane 2, S1 swimmer from Greece is Dimitris Karipidis. In lane 3 from Hungary, S3 athlete Jurgo Bognar. In lane 4 is Sebastian Bratz from Germany. He's an AB swimmer, as is Frederick Kirch next to him in lane 5 as well. He's also from this nation of Germany. In 6, S3 swimmer Josia Topf. And next to him in 7 is Mehmet Bakir Egilmez, who is also in the S3 category. And completing the pool last but by no means least in lane 8, Enrique Jose Alhambra Molla. Saved the longest name till last as well. He is an S13 swimmer. Again, lots of individual records being chased here, including the record in the S13 category for Enrique Jose Alhambra Molla, which is set by Sean Russo of Australia back in 2015, and you guessed it, it was in Berlin as well. 2:15.21 was the time there. Halil Ibrahim Arslan on the near side in lane 1 as well, S12 category. Stephen Clegg holds that record. We've seen a bit of him already today as well in the pool. That was set in 2016. 2:18.08 was that time. We have our first finisher as well. That is in lane 8. And Enrique Jose Alhambra Molla is the one who touches the wall at a time of 2:32.45. That equates to 514 classification points there for the Spaniard. And the reason you're seeing some 4-digit numbers on the screen is because those swimmers in those lanes are coming towards the halfway point. As you can see in lane 2 there, Dimitris Karipidis, an S1 swimmer, the lowest classification you can be. Testament to him for taking part in this event. 200 backstroke is, well, I don't think I could manage to do it at the sort of times that they do on occasion. And in lane 1, Halil Ibrahim Arslan comes in with a score of 2:55. That's a time of 3:21.61 for him. Very grueling event this, and we've seen some grueling events already today, especially the individual medley that we just saw there. And we're certainly seeing another one with the men's 200 metre backstroke right now in the pool as well. 4 have already touched home, currently leading the way in terms of points and time as well. Enrique Jose Alhambra Molla on 514 points. On 255 points, and currently second at the moment is Halil Ibrahim Arslan. And in third position on 201 points is Sebastian Bratz, who was in lane number 4. Currently on your screen there is Jurgo Bognar of Hungary. And coming in now. Difficult for him without the use of the arms. It's all about the leg power. And he comes in towards the wall now with a very respectable points total as well. 4:41 for the Hungarian. And not too far behind him in lane 6 is Josia Topf on 4:22 there, the German. Completing a trio of German athletes in this event. And there's the man himself, Dimitris Karipidis. An absolute legend is the Greek swimmer. Seen him a couple of times at Ponds Forge in Sheffield in Great Britain. And his stamina is absolutely incredible. The endeavour, desire to do events like these, push the boundaries even further. The 200 metre backstroke, especially for an S1 swimmer, is mightily impressive indeed. And let's see what sort of points total he can amass here. Qualified for this event with a time of 6:29.41. He may beat that. Currently on 6 minutes on the dot, and he's still going reasonably strong as well. And you screen that Mehmet Bakir Algamez, S3 swimmer, looking to try and get as close to the 150 mark as possible, but getting around the 500 mark here and almost getting in to first spot. He'll definitely get into the top 3. There is the Greek swimmer Dimitris Karipidis, 493. That is a time of 6:32.83, just short of the entry time for this competition as well that he got. And he must be very satisfied indeed with that performance. Lots more swimming to come as well with the men's 200 metre backstroke. This is the first heat. We have heats 2, 3 and 4 on the way as well. The fourth one, we'll see some of the quickest that we have at these championships, and it'll be very interesting indeed to see who will take up the podium positions in this event.
And we have another disqualification, event number 8, heat number 1, lane number 5. Swimmer did not comply with IPC swimmer rule number 3.
Just a reminder as well, just like the individual medley, this is the only swim these swimmers will do in this event. The fourth one will be a time final. We will know our gold, silver and bronze winners by the end of the 4 heats. They see confirmed times up on the screen. Enrique Jose Alhambra Mola leading things. 514 was the best points total at the end of that. And we're now ready to get on with Heat 2 as well. We have 5 German representatives in this. In fact, it's an all-European affair. 3 Icelandic swimmers, a Lithuanian, a Polish swimmer as well. And the great thing about this event, when you have the time final at the end of it, is that it doesn't really matter what heat you're in. You've got a chance at getting on a podium position. You just have to swim your best and hope it is good enough. Only takes a poor swim from one of the favourites to allow someone else in there to take advantage and do well for themselves. We touched on this being an all-European affair. Let's have a look at the names of the athletes that take the pool. Jared Muller in lane 0 of Germany. In 1 is Gudfinna Karlsson of Iceland. In 2 from Poland is Krzysztof Wojtacz. In 3 from Lithuania is Mandagas Divlilaitis. In 4 is Rick Von from Germany. In 5 is Max Gelhar, also from Germany. In 6 is Marino Ingi Adolfsson from Iceland. In 7 from Germany is Simon Prodanovic. In 8 is Yannick Arnold. And in 9 is Jota Ingvarsson of Iceland as well. Got categories here ranging from S6 all the way up to S11. Lots of different world records to look out for and be aware of. The S6 swimmer in this one is on the far side, just coming up towards the wall there, the top of your screen. There's Jota Ingvarsson. The world record he's chasing is 2:44.31, set by Taliesin Glock of Brazil in 2015 in Colorado. A 7 swimmer in this. We have Simon Prodanovic in lane 7, and also Max Gelhardt as well in lane 5. Those two are from the host nation of this event, both from different clubs. However, Simon Prodanovic more familiar with this pool, being from Berliner Schwimmen team, and Max Gelhardt in lane 5 from BV Leipzig. Yes, 7 record, incidentally set by Italo Pereira, also of Brazil, in Berlin in 2016, 239.32. Love to know the percentage of world records that have been done by swimmers in Berlin, because it must rank pretty high, you know. And those swimmers that do have a world record, but not in Berlin, some of them may not have even swam in Berlin before. It really is renowned for being a very quick pool. And Jessica Jane Applegate touched on that earlier on as she was interviewed after her fantastic world record there. And we're going to see a lot more from the British swimmer, not just today, but across the rest of the next 4 days as well. It really is thrilling to watch. And she has an array of achievements behind her as well. S8 swimmer is Christoph Wotacz in this event in lane 2. He is the only S8 swimmer in this heat. There are still a few more to come as well. In lane 1's representing Hungary, S8 record set by Robert Griswold in 2015 in Bismarck in the United States. That was 2:22.04. We started to see some of our first few athletes come in towards the wall now. In lane 5, Max Gelhardt on 654. Looks as if he's going to take the best points total from that heat. In lane 7, Simon Prodanovic makes it a German 1:2.572 points for him. And Lithuania's Mindaugas Divilaitis on 560 completes the fastest 3 there.
9 representing Great Britain, Jonathan Fox.
Und Hotjur Ingvarsson from Iceland ist auch im Ziel. Haben sie alle geschafft. Und dann, ich brauche eine Teammanagerin aus Potsdam. Eine Teammanagerin aus Potsdam, bitte zum Sprechertisch. Und
so there's your confirmed times, and there's your points as well. A German 1:2, as I said, spearheaded by Max Gelhardt on 654 points. Simon Prodanovic in second. I mean, Mindaugas Divilaitis is in 3rd position. So we're halfway through the heats for the men's 200 metre backstroke. Don't forget that we do know the final results at the end of the 4th heat. There are no finals for this tonight. The 4th heat is the timed final, and these swimmers will only swim this very, very tough race just one time around. Which I'm sure is relieving for them, but it does also mean that they can give it their all in this event, leave nothing behind, and see how their points tally fares up with the other swimmers in this event when it comes to the question of who will get on the podium. So then, heat number 3 in the pool for this one. From Hungary in lane 0 is Zazbols Marinov, S9 swimmer. In lane 1 from Canada is Hitchem Bufenkan. In lane 2 from Potsdam is Jan Schreiber. In 3 is Ignacio Arribas Santillana. In 4 is Yannick Pelican. In 5 is Malte Braunschweig. In 6 is Christopher Arbuthnot from New Zealand. In 7 is Pascal Wrench. In 8 is Lauren Votler. And in 9 from Great Britain is Jonathan Fox. Again, a range of categories in this event. Jonathan Fox is in the lowest category of S7, chasing that record that I touched on earlier from Italo Pereira of Brazil, which was set in Berlin in 2016. And also a record that will be touched upon I'm sure, in the time final as well. The S14 category, Pascal Rensch is looking to defeat 2:19.13. That is the official world record. And he's looking to be beaten. Couple of S10 interests here as well. Jan Schreiber in lane 2 and in lane 3, Ignacio Arribas Santillana. And the S10 world record set by Olivier van de Voort in 2016 in Eindhoven. That time was 2:07.06. If you judge by the entry times, it doesn't look as if that will be beaten. However, it's all about how close to that time the swimmers can get. And it's very even, as you can see, between the central 4 lanes there. I touched upon this earlier on in the morning part of the session, how the heats are grouped in terms of time rather than points, so your lane 4 will always be your quicker qualifier. However, doesn't mean that they are the favourite at all to take any medal. And we have a world record, which is exactly proven, because on the outside lane there on the far side, Jonathan Fox of Great Britain has got 940. That is 232.68, and that has absolutely smashed the previous record. The previous record was 239.32, and Jonathan Fox has got 232.68. That is absolutely extraordinary from him. Take a bow, my friend. And he takes the third heat here. Remarkable from Jonathan Fox. Christopher Arbuthnot in second on 6.35. Malte Braunschweig as well on 6.26. But Jonathan Fox, what a tremendous effort from him, and that is the 4th world record we have seen this morning.
Lane 8 representing the Polish Paralympic swim team, Wojciech Makowski, and lane 9 representing France, Florent Marais.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have a new
It's now being announced as well.
That is Jonathan
Christian,
Fox
the
from
German
Great
announcer
Britain.
in venue, will
Fox.
be sounding like a broken record, I hope and feel, by the end of the day, because that will mean that we've had a lot of world records. On the first day of this event last year, we had 9 world records on the first day, and we're already halfway at that point now, and we're not even at the final stage yet. Tremendous stuff from these athletes. They really are world class. Well, this is your time final, and these may be the quickest 10 in terms of time, not necessarily points, but are we going to top that from Jonathan Fox? I'm not too sure. These swimmers will definitely be out to do so. There's no S7 swimmers in this final. They range from S8, S9, S10, S11 and S14, and there's an AB swimmer in there as well.
Wir kommen dann zu Wettkampf Nummer 10, Competition Number 10, 200 Meter Rücken der Frauen, Women's.
So in lane 0 from New Zealand is Jessie Reynolds, S9 swimmer. In lane 1 from France is Hugo Didier, S9 swimmer once again. In lane 2 from the USA is S8 athlete Robert Griswold. In lane 3, S14 athlete from Great Britain, Jordan Catchpole, who, if anyone's going to get a new world record in this event, it will be him, I feel. In lane 4, Olivier van der Voort of the Netherlands, the record holder for his category, the S10 category. What can he do in this race? The camera is all on him, and that is because there is a sense here that he may be able to get another world record. We'll wait and see. Lane 5, Andre Pierre Garber from Brazil, S9 swimmer. There's Van der End in lane 6 from the Netherlands, is also an S9 athlete. Our AB swimmer in this event is Martin Richter in lane 7. Wojciech Makowski of Poland is in 8th. He's an S11 athlete. And Florent Marège is an S10 athlete in lane 9 from France. Right then, is this a world record? Yes, it is. Olivier van der Voort does it again. He defeats his own world record there, the Netherlands swimmer. It's a new S10 world record. It defeats his 2:07.06 previously. And the new record now is 2:06.41, over half a second off the world record there, and that is world record number 5 from Olivier van der Voort. 928 as well. It may be a world record, but it's not the best of the points, and that's because we've got 2 other world records. Unbelievable. So there you go. Robert Griswold, he gets a world record. That is in the S8 category, and Jordan Catchpole as well in the S14 category. I thought he would be the one that would get the world record. I didn't think there'd be 2 others alongside him as well. So Robert Griswold takes the gold, it seems. 952 points there, and it's a world record. Good luck to Christian, the announcer there, trying to keep a tab on those 3 world records. And just as I thought things were going a bit quiet on the world record front, we had Jessica Jane Applegate not too long ago. And now we've had 4 in the space of 2 races.
Robert Griswold, United States of America, congratulations. And we have a new world record from Olivier van der Voort, Netherlands, congratulations. And last but not least, also from the Netherlands, a world record from Thies van den Ende. Congratulations, guys.
So we're now on to the women's 200-metre backstroke, and good luck, girls, following on from where the men left off there, because 4 world records in the space of 2 races is absolutely mesmerising stuff in the pool here in Berlin. 5 heats for the women's 200-metre backstroke. We start, of course, with heat number 1. And it's very much a predominantly German affair, with the Icelandic swimmer in lane 5, Sonja Sigurdardóttir, in the middle of them. So this is the penultimate event of the first session on the first day of action here at the International Deutsche Meisterschaften Swimming Championships 2017 here in Berlin. So we have 5 heats in the women's 200-metre backstroke, as ever, the 5th one being the timed final, and then after that is the mixed 4x50-metre individual medley event. Coming in towards home here, and it's a very efficient display this indeed in lane 4 by Isabel Matz of Germany, the S9 swimmer. We'll touch in there with a time of 1:51.45. That's at the halfway point, of course. Another 100 metres to go in this backstroke event.
Tobi, wie seid ihr so drauf?
Ich glaube, die Anke ist ganz gut drauf. Die nutzt die Strecken heute zum Einschwimmen und dann ab morgen geht's richtig los.
Und was habt ihr so in der Vorbereitung noch Besonderes gemacht? Gibt es da was man vor so einer IDM noch macht? Oder verrätst du uns das nicht?
Na doch, Die waren am Rabenberg im Trainingslager und das, glaube ich, zieht bei der Anke immer ganz gut. Das gefällt ihr und das hat nochmal für gute Form, glaube ich, gesorgt.
Also vorhin, als ich sie so gesehen habe, war sie auch richtig gut drauf. Die ist voll motiviert, können wir so sagen, oder?
Die ist gut drauf, auf jeden Fall. Die Zeiten dieses Jahr für die WM sind utopisch, aber deswegen hört sie noch lange nicht auf. Und nächstes Jahr wird sie wieder hier sein und die wird es genießen, sagen wir.
Wobei ich sagen muss, Tobi, du mit so einem mexikanischen Hut, Sombrero, wäre auch was.
Ja, aber ich fahre ja nie mit.
Also dann wollen wir jetzt mal der Anke Conradi und all den anderen dann natürlich im Wasser die Daumen drücken. Und du, Tobi, ist es manchmal schwierig, jemanden aus dem Wasser zu holen, der dann eigentlich schlechte Laune hat, weil es schlecht gelaufen ist? Wann holst du sie lieber aus dem Wasser? Wenn es gut war oder wenn es nicht so gut war? Was ist einfacher?
Muss ich darauf jetzt antworten?
Nö, natürlich nicht. Ich habe es versucht. Aber es ist uns allen, glaube ich, klar, Tobi, dass es, wenn sie erfolgreich ist, natürlich einfacher ist. Ist ja logisch. Also, Tobi, wir wünschen dir viel Erfolg. Ich will dich hier nicht weiter abhalten.
So, camera there still firmly fixed on Isabel Martz of Germany. S9 swimmer, 4:13.04 was her entry time for this event. She looks as if she's going nicely towards beating that. And of course the next question will be, how close is she to the world record? Maybe over 200 points this. 225, a very respectable accumulation there of points from Isabel Martz. S9 athlete, the youngest in the pool, or the second youngest in the pool, should I say. Mary Norman in lane 6 is the one that takes that title. Next athlete to come in will be Lena Volkel, the S7 athlete from Germany.
Auf der Bahn 8 für den SV Möhnewelle Lilly Schwendner. And on lane 9 representing Iceland.
And it looks as if she will defeat Isabel Martz here as she comes in towards the wall. 252, she certainly does. Now, how about this in lane 5 from Sonia Segadartia, the S4 swimmer. She's really on course here to getting an impressive time indeed. It'll be over 500. 507 for the Icelandic athlete. And will that be beaten? And it looks like the answer will be no, because the penultimate one to touch in there in lane 2 is Anke Conradi. And the final one to come in now. In lane 7 is Micah Mao. 354 puts her into 3rd position. So we have the confirmed times up here on the screen. Isabel Martz just over 4 minutes of 40.32. It's almost 13 seconds off of entry time. Unfortunately, that's not replicated on the grand scheme of things because Sonia Segadartura is the one on 507 points that takes that first heat. in Heat 2 then, the S9 athlete Savenya Ernie is in lane 0. In 1, 7 from Lena Henriette John. In 2 is Thelma Bjorg Bjornsdottir, also an S6 swimmer. And in 3, Maria Sakona of Greece. In lane 4 from France is Laura Mathieu, S8 athlete. Nika Lacon, S9 swimmer, is in 5. In 6, S10 athlete in her hometown of Berlin is Cosima Reinicki. In 7, S9 swimmer Dorothea Barker. In 8 is the AB athlete and the youngest one in the pool as well at the tender age of 11 years old, Lily Schwenster. And in 9 is Heide Bjorg Elgisdottir, S8 athlete. So that's your lineup for this heat. We're at the halfway point here. Just a reminder, if you are just joining us at the Europa Sports Park here in Berlin for this women's 200 meter backstroke. This is the first session of the first day of action here in the International Deutsche Meisterschaften Swimming Championships 2017, the 5th and final events on the World Series calendar. And we're very much looking forward to the action that we've got coming up, not just today, but in the next 4 days as well. And if you have missed earlier coverage, we have seen 7 world records. Some absolutely phenomenal swimming. Certainly better than my pronunciation of words the swimming's been, that's got to be said, so far this morning. And definitely as well, the world-class quality that has been on display in the pool has been mightily impressive. We've seen a lot of Paralympic athletes take to the pool. We've got a lot of aspiring Paralympic athletes, a lot of past Paralympic athletes, and they're all showing what they can do in one of the fastest pools in the world. And just before you joined us in the men's 200 meter backstroke, we saw 4 world records in 2 races, 3 of them coming in the time final, and we're hoping for more of the same as the women's version of this discipline goes on. So first one to come into the wall there in lane 6 is Cosima Reinicki of Berlin, and a time of 3:16.23 sees her get 367 classification points. Next in towards the wall and currently taking first spot, probably momentarily, however, is Laura Maheu of France, SA athlete, on 417. 554 being recorded there. That's the new best tally that we have had in this heat so far. Lane 3, Maria Sakona. And last but by no means least, coming in lane 7 is Dorothea Barker of Hungary. And what sort of points total are we looking at here? 364 is your answer. So that concludes the second of the 5 heats for the women's 200 meter backstroke. You can see there who the quicker swimmers were, but it's not about that. It's all about how those times line up with the respective world records for the different classifications. Maria Sakona there, 554 is the one that takes the highest number. Move on to heat number 3 now. Once again, lots of variety in nation, lots of variety as well in classification. It's going to make for a very exciting third heat indeed as we progress towards the real nitty-gritty of this event in the women's 200 meter backstroke. In the pool here, in lane 0 is Grace Harvey of Great Britain. In 1, from Germany, is Mira Gianmak. In 2, from Estonia, is Marita Suko. In 3, from Great Britain, is Rebecca Lewis. Lucy Etienne of France is in lane 4. In 5, from Germany, is Pauline Opitz. In 6, from France, is Jade Labrie. Felicia Libera of Germany is in 7. In 8, from the USA, is Halala Lettenberger. And in 9, is Ariana Talamona.
Angelika Konieko. Lane 4, representing the United States of America, Gia Pergolini. Lane 5, representing Great Britain, Megan Richter. Lane 6, representing New Zealand.
Massive range of classifications in this one, right from S7 all the way up to S14. And in lane 5, it's the AB swimmer, Pauline Opitz, who will get the first touch there on the wall. All the force for her, 444, is the point that she gains from that. Quickly edged out though in lane 4. That is some good swimming there from Lucy Etienne, who was momentarily in first position. She's been pipped to it now on the far side. And the new leader on the near side, and looks as if it will be the conclusive leader, is Grace Harvey of Great Britain on 684. In second position on the far side there is Ariana Talamona of Italy. And the third best points amassed there in that one was from Alala Lettenberger of the USA on 612. It just shows you that anyone in any lane can take the highest points in this one. You do not know who has won this event until they have all completed and got to the finish line. Penultimate heat of the individual events for the morning session before we move on, of course, to the mixed 4x50 individual medley later on. But the more pressing matters at the moment are in the pool. And it's heat 4 of the women's 200-metre backstroke. .75 metres in, and spearheading the way down the centre in lane 4 is Gia Pergolini of the United States of America. She's an S13 swimmer, chasing the record set by Chelsea Goethel in 2008 in Canada, which was 2:35.04. Of course, as ever, easier said than done, but they'll definitely want to push themselves all the way in this event to get as high a points total as possible. And we touched on the observation earlier that because of the different classifications in these
on lane 4, representing Great Britain, Jessica
multi-class events, it does mean that you do get swimmers such as Gia Pergolini, who, of course, being in a higher classification, is faster than some of those in the lower classifications. Therefore, she does spend most of her time, as you can see in the pool at the moment, having a lot of open water around her with no actual one-on-one competition. However, these para-athletes in the multi-class events are well trained to know in their mind that they are firmly racing against the clock, and they have to race against themselves in their mind and push them all the way without needing someone else next to them to spur them on. So Gia Pergolini is doing very well indeed here. Remember, she's chasing that record of 235.04, and she's got it as well, and then some. 231.73, and it is a world record. 799 the points there. That is absolutely outstanding. We get another world record before we complete today's action. And we've still got 2 more races to come as well. A big well done to Gia Pellegrini of the United States of America. A new world record for her. And, well, that just epitomizes what I was saying there about racing yourself and knowing what sort of time to get at. Even though there's no one alongside you to beat, you do have to beat the clock, and she's done that there quite impressively. A new world record, another one as well for Megan Reichster. So two world records we have in that one. And I think I'm losing biro ink in my pen at the moment to write all of these down. Megan Richter of Great Britain with a world record, and Gia Pellegrini as well. It means that the British swimmer there, Megan Richter, is currently the one to beat on 825 points. Pellegrini, just as brilliant. 799 points for her, and a new world record as well. There you go. You never know where the next one's coming from, and we're not even at the time final yet. We are now, however, and in lane 4 we see Jessica Jane Applegate, who already has got a world record today in the events. In the last event that she did, which was the 400-metre individual medley. And unfortunately, it seems like we don't have Jessica Jane Applegate in the pool, which is a real shame, but I think she deserves a bit of time off after that individual medley success earlier. I certainly wouldn't want to do 2 of those races back-to-back. A well-earned rest for her to get ready for the finals later on today. And of course, we've not just got today, we've got 3 days after this as well of competition. This goes all the way through till Sunday. It's certainly going to be a wonderful 4 days of competition. And the fact that we've got 9 world records already is absolutely staggering. We've equalled the amount of world records we got on day 1 last year. And that was in the full day. Goodness knows how many records are going to tumble tonight in the pool as well.
Und wir konzentrieren uns deshalb, wenn Jessica Applegate hier schon nicht am Start ist, ein bisschen auf die Bahn 2, auf Aspen Shelton aus Amerika. So, ladies and gentlemen, lane number 2.
In the pool here, in lane 0 is Marion Polo Lopez. In 1 is Kim Snyder. Aspen Shelton is in lane 2. In lane 3 is Aniel Roulet. In 5 is Bianca Papp. Lane 6 is Abby Kane. Lisa Kruger is in 7. Francisca Castro is in lane 8. And San Hoffman is in lane 9. And I certainly don't want to rest on my laurels. There really could be any amount of world records in this one. We have seen already one race that had 3 world records in it. We just saw one there with 2 world records in it. So I'll give you the permutations of any potential further world records that we could see fall here in Berlin. The S10 record, which is the lowest classification we see in this time final, is currently 223.92. 223.92. And
so I'm very, very sure that we have a new world record here from Aspen Shelton, United States of America.
That was set by Summer Mortimer in Toronto. The S13 record has just fallen, of course, with Gia Pellegrini at around the 231 mark, and we could see another one fall here as well. Wonderful swimming from Bianca Papp. Is it a world record? It's an area record, 883. Still impressive nonetheless. And we see there, touching his Aniel Roulet, looking to beat that.
Record for Aspen Shelton.
It looks like we've got a world record in lane 2 from the USA, Aspen Shelton. Of course, we have to wait for the confirmation of that, but it certainly looks as if she's just beaten the record that Gia Pelagoni has. So, we do indeed have a brand new world record here, and the two United States of America swimmers, Gia Pelagoni and Aspen Shelton, must have been at that hammer and tong. Gia Pelagoni has just took the applauded for getting a world record there, and then her teammate Aspen Shelton comes and snatches it away from her. Absolutely wonderful, competitive swimming, and 2:30.69 is your gold medal winning time, and we can hear from her now down on poolside.
Yes, I'm happy with that swim.
So you're very happy. And what is the special here in Berlin for you?
Just the fact it's my first time out of the country, and it's such an amazing pool. I love it here.
So then we hope that we see us again.
Yes.
And it's a very, very good impression for the World Championships in Mexico. Is that right?
I hope so.
Okay, we see you once more again in the final. No, that was a final. So we look to once more again 2 minutes 30.69. That is a new world record for Aspen Shelton. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, extremely modest stuff there from Aspen Shelton. As you can probably not be surprised by, she is struggling to get her breath. And Christian straight away with the mic there, getting the interview, and wonderful to hear from her as well. Of course, preparation for the World Championships in Mexico well and truly on in the autumn. Those championships do begin on the 30th of September, and they run for quite a few days until the 6th of October. So that's the one that everyone's looking towards. Of course, the world records are absolutely fantastic, but if you're a top-class swimmer such as Aspen Shelton, as she said there, the first time she's been out of America and swimming, and she goes and gets a world record. What an entrance to the world scene for her. So hopefully we'll see more of that. And that was the final individual event of the morning. We do have another event, and that is the mixed 4x50 metres individual medley relay. I'm looking forward to that one, that is for sure. Who does not love a relay? Honestly, who doesn't love a relay? And that is what's going to cap off our morning session, which has run massively into the afternoon due to the breadth of swimming that we've had this morning. And I'll tell you what, I am certainly not complaining one bit. We will have a medal ceremony for this event, as well as the 200-metre backstroke, the 400-metre individual medley, and the 200 freestyle as well coming up. Sorry, not the 200 freestyle. So the 4x50 individual medley, the 200 backstroke, and the 400 individual medley. Those medal ceremonies will take place from 4:30, and the final for the 200-metre freestyle, we do still get more action of the 200-metre freestyle. That'll be coming up at 5 o'clock. So make sure you tune into the live stream. 4:30 local time. 5 o'clock is the start of the finals. And I'm Jonathan Bell, and I'll be with you for that and the rest of the week as well. And I'm definitely optimistic about seeing more world records in this pool, especially today. We've seen 9 already. That's equalled the amount that we had on day 1 last year. Amazing. In fact, after Aspen Shelton's world record there, I think that we can make that a 10th. And we're not even onto the finals. I'm absolutely blown away by it. I've heard some wonderful tales about this pool and how blistering hot it can be in terms of pace. And it certainly wasn't a myth. Seven nations taking part in this 4x50 individual medley, or should I say 7 teams. In lane 0, our Schwimmen team from Germany. In lane 2, our Fjordsdur. In lane 3, from Iceland, our IFR. In lane 4, our Potsdam from Germany. In lane 5, our HBRS. In lane 6 is Team WBRS, and in 8 is Schwimmen team again. putting out two teams in this final. Who will get the medals? We're coming towards the back end of this one, and Potsdam were the quickest qualifiers with an entry time of 2:09.8. They're looking to sort of replicate that form again. And they're struggling at the moment, though. TWRS are the ones that really have got the bit between their teeth. And as they come in towards the finish now, it looks as if they will be the ones to get the gold. 449 points there, a time of 2:24.94 for Team WRS. Potsdam touch in on 4:36 in terms of points, a time of 2:28.65. And in third position on the points there are Forstad on 406. The big question is, will that 449 be beaten as Schwimmen team come in now? And the answer is no from the first Schwimmen team lineup. What about the second one? Coming in 227 of the points there. So there you have it. It is Team WRS that take the mixed 4x50 meter individual medley. 449 points. A time of 2:24.94. In second spot, Potsdam on 436. And in third position, Forstad on 406. So the medal ceremony for that will take place from 4:30 here live on the live stream across the world. Make sure you do tune back in for that. Also, the medal ceremonies for the 400 meter individual medley, men's and women's, and the 200 meter backstroke men's and women's as well will be live on this channel. Make sure you do tune in from 4:30 for those medal ceremonies. The finals themselves get started at 5 o'clock local time, which is 4 o'clock British summer time. Do make sure you tune in for that. There are some really, really appetizing finals coming your way tonight. Hope you've enjoyed the morning's coverage. I've been Jonathan Bell, and this has been the International Deutsche Meisterschaften morning session here in Berlin. We have seen 10 world records. Absolutely amazing. It surpassed the last year's world record tally, which was 9 on day one, and we're not even at the final stage yet. Thank you very much for watching. As I said, we'll be back with the medal ceremony from 4:30. But for now, have a good afternoon wherever you are.
Also 10 Weltrekorde. Wir wünschen den Kampfrichtern natürlich jetzt ein tolles Mittagessen. Viel Spaß beim Mittagessen. 16:15 Uhr hat mir der Ingmar gesagt, möchte er euch alle zum Meeting sehen. 16:15 Uhr, 17 Uhr ist der Finalabschnitt. Und wir haben einen neuen DJ, der auch Christian heißt. Christian, du hast gesagt, du hast mal was anderes für die Damen und Herren für die Mittagspause mitgebracht. Ich bin sehr gespannt, ob sie das erkennen oder nicht. In diesem Sinne, wir wünschen euch einen guten Appetit. Bis nachher.